should we actually get the drizzle away and it dries up, the light isn't brilliant neither. So I don't know how long we're going to be off for. The forecast is a little bit uncertain for today. In fact, there's a suggestion or two of maybe some thunderstorms a little bit later on. And tomorrow, I'm afraid, looks a little bit bleak as well. But we hope that that is wrong and it changes and it improves. But certainly, we're in for a reasonably lengthy delay to the start of this second day. Just to recap, Nottinghamshire 268 for 2 is what they closed on last night. And that brilliant partnership between Ben Slater and Ben Duckett, 174 runs they put on. Slater's still there, 111 not out. Duckett eventually out for 116. But it was a wonderful partnership for Nottinghamshire, and it was a frustrating day for Lancashire. We're going to hear from their captain, Dane Willis, in a little bit, reflecting on how tough the bowlers found it. And perhaps not at their absolute best, albeit they did create a few chances which they were unable to take. 1 or 2 edges fell short, 1 or 2 did carry but weren't taken. So all in all, I think a pretty frustrating day for the Red Rose. We shall keep you posted with regards to the conditions, and should we get any news with a start time or an inspection, which is, again, I think some way off. We'll let you know, and we'll try and keep you entertained through the course of the next few hours as well. We've 1 or 2 different things lined up to play you on the live stream as we wait for the start of some live cricket. But the 1 or 2 other players have been dotting around and gingerly emerging from the pavilion with the prospect of trying to get warmed up, ready for the start of play. But in truth, we're some distance away from that. So at the minute, the official line is that the start has been delayed. We have no idea yet about potential inspections. There's a drizzle in the air. It is a little bit dark, and to be honest with you, I think we're some time away from the start of play. We'll hear from Dane Willis shortly, but why don't we just reflect and recap what happened on the first day. Here's Wood to complete his first over, and he plays it nicely, actually, just steering it down off an angle bat through gully.
Wood into bat as the sun tries to get through, and Slater's away. Textbook push into the offside by Ben Slater. It's a fast old outfield because we've got all the Lancashire sponsors, and this one's edged. He's going to get 4 more, Slater. I don't think it carried to third slip. Here's Bailey into bowl. This one's off the back of Mead has 5. He's edged this one, but down into the ground. Stopped nicely by Keaton Jennings.
And here comes Hurt, right arm over the wicket and balls to Slater. Plays a beautiful on drive. That will be 4 runs.
Here is Wood bowling. That is absolutely glorious from a Mead.
I don't know anybody else that uses it.
Flannels. Slater has gone for a big hit away on the leg side. He's on 46, or was on 46, and now he's on 50. Well, towards the latter stages. Now this one's jagged back. They're asking Tim.
A good couple of years.
Alderson bowls, and Mead, the up and under shot, 4 runs. He's deliberately lifted it over point. 78 without loss. Mead on 22, it on the pad, and this time he's out. Balderson strikes back, getting Hasiba Mead, the former Lancashire man, has gone for 22. Opening partnership worth 78, but Lancashire, as we come towards the end of the 20th over, getting
to stop the flies attacking.
Oh, that's brilliant. Edged, and that's gone through the slip cordon for 4. Bit of luck there. This time it's Duckett.
There's Luke Wood into to Slater, and that steered very neatly off an open face of the bat through the gap between second slip and gully for 4.
Bailey, tall man, had a very close haircut, closely cropped haircut, and there's a boundary. Sliced away down to third man, not totally in control of the shot at all.
Trousers, short sleeves, into Duckett, and that's edged and not taken.
Bailey, final ball of the 36th. Bowls, and playing away from his body. Slater's got another boundary down to third man, this time to the left of gully, to the right of point.
With Ben Slater, who's still there. Duckett looking to sweep, and sweeps he does, in front of square for 4 to bring up a half-century. And that's, I'm sure they'll be their assessment of it so far. There's Duckett again being creative and manufacturing shots here with a reverse sweep for 4.
Hob down at Southampton together, wouldn't they?
And again, wide ball, Duckett takes it on, playing a miss through to the keeper.
Getting himself ready, getting himself loose. Oh, and very nearly flicked on here. Here's Balderson to bowl to Ben Duckett. Again, he's held out the bat.
Livingston to Duckett. Playing a
On next ball to the pads. They're asking here for an LBW against Slater. They've scampered through for a single and for one. Duckett's on 73, make that 77. That's a good shot, isn't it? That's as good as anything we've seen. Extra cover drive.
Just a fraction under 4 and over is obviously too many. There's Livingston balls to Slater. That's a good ball. Brings him forward.
Nottinghamshire asked about first. Livingston wide of the off stump, and this is run down to third man for 4. There was a little bit extra pace on it from Livingston. He just tried to dart it in.
Duckett waits and beaten on 93. Might be more runs here. Yeah, there's 4 of them. Driven away through extra cover by Ben Duckett.
One of the Thompson twins comes in and bowls wide of the off stump. Slashed away for 4. He likes them there. Short and wide. First ball of the over was a loop. He bowls and Slater clips it away now then. Won't get there. Sent back by Duckett. Ben Duckett's on 98. Can he get there? Down the leg side. Clipped away and celebrates immediately. He knew the second it left the bat that was heading for the boundary. Particularly now when you've got a Centurion at both ends. This one's into the pads. They're appealing given. Now there is a wicket for Bailey. Ben Duckett won't like that, but he had wandered across, in the opinion of Tim Robinson, across his stumps and hit on the pad. And Bailey sees the finger go up. Tim Robinson says, "You've got to go." And that is the end of a fabulous partnership. Trevor going on about it. There's Hartley. Oh, how about that? And they're asking. Of course, 257 for 2. This one's driven through the offside by Clark. That's magnificent for
Lancashire captain Dane Villas alongside me. Dane, to assess the first day, we've had an hour or so since the close of play. What's your overall thoughts?
Yeah, obviously very tough, but disappointing, to be honest. I think winning the toss and electing to bowl first on a good wicket with a bit of overcast conditions, we were definitely expecting a bit more. But in saying that, I think obviously the guys batted really well. You know, obviously Slates, he's been our nemesis this Bob Willis trophy. It's his second 100 against us, so it's a bit disappointing. But I think yeah, we've had a brief chat there, and now we know what we need to do and where we need to come back from, and definitely to bounce back tomorrow.
Just at the toss and the decision to have a ball first, was it a pretty straightforward one for you, or was there an element of doubt with that?
No, not really. I think there was a bit of doubt. There always is. I think it's obviously a good wicket, and we knew it was really hard and it was going to be a good batting wicket. But I think, you know, the quality of our bowlers and with the overhead conditions and you know, being a fresh pitch, we thought it would probably best to bowl first. But unfortunately, it didn't work out for us. You know.
I don't think it would be outrageous to suggest that you perhaps a little bit unlucky at times as well. You had a couple of edges which didn't quite carry, a couple of shouts for LBW as well. So you were in it, weren't you? But perhaps not at your absolute best throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, I think so. If we completely honest with Held, we didn't hold on to a couple of chances that went down. You know, it's tough when you put a guy down early and then he goes on to get 100. You know, if we take those chances, or if we get those lucky sort of those 50-50 decisions that go our way, then it's completely different. But in saying that, it didn't happen, so we need to adjust to it and need to bounce back as well.
Difficult from where we're commentating to see whether they carried or not, but a couple did they?
Yeah, I think there were probably 3. Right. You know.
Okay.
1 or 2 dropped short as well, which is also frustrating. I know it's obviously tough at the back there when some of the balls are flying through, and then the next that do come drop short, you're sort of in between where to stand. I mean, I've done it for a long time, so I never want to obviously push the guys forward, or but it can be a bit frustrating, especially for the bowlers who are pouring their hearts out, and then you see an edge drop short, which is difficult. But it's obviously all learning, and we need to adapt, and it's new conditions, so it's fine.
And for you as captain today, I mean, you've had a lot of good days where you've had watching your bowlers run in and go through teams and be really dominant. But today, how testing was it for you as a skipper? Yeah,
very testing. I mean, obviously the guys batted well. You've got 2 class players there who batting well. I mean, obviously, like I said, Slats, he's had a good run against us in the first game, and then obviously, Ducky being an international player, international quality. So it is tough when you come up against guys like that who are playing well, keep you busy. So yeah, it was tough, and but we've had a few plans, and the guys try to adjust them, but I don't think we were quite at our best with the ball and in the field. So it's just all learning, and that's the beauty about this game. Everything can't be easy. Sometimes you need it to be hard and you need to adjust to those things and take the learning from it, which is important, especially for a young bowling attack at times. We've got a couple of guys who are finding their feet. I mean, obviously, if you've got a guy like Bales who is your leading, your senior bowler, and he's still, got a long way to go, a long way in his career. There's lots of opportunity, and hopefully the guys take a lot of learning from this, and never want to be in that position again. Take a few more wickets.
As a captain, when you've got a young attack, and certainly it was young for the first game of the competition, is it exciting to have that challenge to help these young guys through?
Yeah, it is, definitely. I think that's the the onus on us is to make them better and to get them up to speed as soon as possible, especially at a big club like Lancashire. You want everybody performing and firing straight away and as soon as we can, and it's important to get them through, and not only for Lancashire, but also for the future for England stars, hopefully. But there's a long way from that, but it's important that these guys take learnings from this and get used to these tough conditions, because the higher you go and the more you play, there are going to be more and more challenging times ahead. But it's important. I hope they have, and I know they will do. We had a good chat now after the day's play of what we did well, where we didn't do so well, and then hopefully can bounce back again tomorrow.
Well, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
You need to dial me. Okay. I do. If you bear with me one tick. The number is. Number is. It is 0207 339 1569. If that doesn't work, I'll give you the wrong. No, it's raining. Has that gone through okay or not? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Well, currently being frustrated by the weather, I'm afraid. It all looks rather gloomy here at Trent Bridge. The covers are on, and the rain around means we have a delayed start to the second day of this Bob Willis Trophy fixture. It was a tough day for Lancashire yesterday because Notts closed on 268 for 2. When play does start, Ben Slater will resume unbeaten on 111, and Joe Clark 4 not out. But the start delayed today too. Yes, those joining us on the online feed on the BBC Sport website and app, a very good morning. And those watching on the live stream as well, you'll have enjoyed, I'm sure, the highlights, or perhaps not if you're a Lancashire fan. But highlights of the first day and the thoughts there of the Lancashire captain, Dane Willis. But I'm afraid there's no change at the moment here at Trent Bridge. Albeit there is just the odd sign of a Nottinghamshire player, albeit not the ones involved in this game. I can see Luke Fletcher out there in the middle for Notts. The ground staff are still lurking around the cover, or the covers, the main cover protecting the pitch and the sheets protecting the bowlers' run-ups, but the condition is a little gloomy. It is still drizzling, I think, as well. The light would be an issue. I'll be perfectly honest with you, folks. It's not particularly ideal conditions to play cricket, but we hope that things will improve at some stage today. But the forecast is a little bleak. In terms of what's happening elsewhere in the Bob Willis Trophy, with Notts at some stage today potentially resuming on 268 for 2 in their first innings. Ben Slater unbeaten on 111 and Joe Clark on 4. But I'm afraid there's rain around. There's quite a lot of games affected by the weather. It's a little reverse to yesterday, because yesterday we had issues in the south and delays to the games in the south and some of the central group games. I'm afraid it's the northern teams today that are struggling to start because of the 3 North Group fixtures here at Trent Bridge. The game at Grace Road in Leicester, which obviously is not far away, that's been delayed. Leicestershire against Durham. Yorkshire against Derbyshire, that's delayed as well due to rain. So all three North Group fixtures have not got underway on day 2. In the Central Group, Glamorgan against Gloucestershire, a delay to the start of that game. Warwickshire, Somerset, nothing there as well. There is one game underway in the Central Group, Northamptonshire against Worcestershire. And Worcestershire are 95 for 5 in their first innings. And the 3 South Group games are underway. So all 3 were affected pretty badly yesterday by the weather. But it's a little brighter in the South because Hampshire are playing Surrey. And that has started on time with Surrey 79 for 5. Kent against Middlesex is underway. I think that game's at Canterbury. And Middlesex are 22 for 1. And Sussex at Hove on the south coast are playing Essex this week, and Sussex are 97 for 2. And I bet they're pretty pleased that they're not playing in Chelmsford at the minute because the conditions in Chelmsford. I've seen some footage of the roads around the ground in Chelmsford, and it's pretty bleak. Some of the roads are flooded there because of the rain. So that game at Hove is underway. So there is some live cricket around, just not here at the minute at Trent Bridge. And the Test match has started as well. England are playing Pakistan. That was the third day completely washed out there due to rain and bad light. But they are playing in the Test match. Pakistan have resumed their first innings on 224 for 9. So there is a little cricket around, but not much in the north of England at the minute, but we hope for better news. If you're listening on the BBC Sport website and app, we will crackle back into life every now and again to give you a bit of an update as to where we are. But for those watching on the live stream, we're going to bring you the latest in our Lancashire Legends series. We've heard from many different former players, legends of the club in recent weeks since the Bob Willis Trophy started. The latest edition for you is legendary head coach, now head coach, but once player and captain, and now the head coach of Lancashire, Glenn Chapple, in conversation with Warren Hegg.
Okay, delighted to bring our Lancashire Legends series to an end with a modern-day legend of our club. One of the most consistent performances on the pitch, and of course a catalyst as skipper for the first championship title 2011, first one for 77 years, wildly regarded as the best bowler never to play Test cricket for England, former Lancashire captain, now head coach, Lancashire cricket, Glenn Chapple. Chappie, how are you doing, pal?
I'm very well, thanks, Warren. Busy at the moment, but all the Lancashire team are busy now after a long time of sat on the backsides and staying indoors, so things are picking up, and obviously everyone's looking forward to Lancashire playing some cricket.
Absolutely, mate, and any cricket will be great to watch. And you personally at the moment are holed up at the Hilton Garden and just look after the England bowlers, which must be great for you.
Yeah, it's a good experience actually. Good to go back to bowling coaching for a period of time, obviously working with England's finest. Real good experience and a challenge to sort of get to know a group of bowlers and try and help them prepare for Test matches.
Well, bags of experience that you bring to the party there, and great that England have got you involved. But what's it like being in a bubble? What's it like being in that secure bubble? We've seen it on television now behind closed doors, but give us a feel of what it's like.
Yeah, well, it's got its challenges, obviously, because we are following fairly strict protocols. We're wearing masks, as everyone's probably heard, following all the rules about sanitising and keeping it within our own social groups. So there's different social groups within the ground and the area. That's media, England team, West Indies team, ground staff. All have to keep to themselves really, and so that poses some challenges. When the games come, it's much easier because we're out on the ground at 8 a.m. We're not back till after 7 at night, so you're busy through that period. But during the training days and the afternoons, there's not much to do, and you're not allowed off site, so you've got to find some way of occupying yourself.
They tell me they brought a couple of golf simulators in there. Have you not had a go at one of them yet?
Well, as good as they are, it's not for me, mate. I mean, there's all sorts of games in there in the room. I'm sure the lads are enjoying them, but that they're not really my cup of tea. I'll be ready after 13 more days to get out on a proper golf course. But both grounds we've been at have done a fantastic job in trying to make this experience as good as it can be. And obviously the main reason for it is that everybody wants to see some cricket. And obviously the first test televised, and it was a good game of cricket, albeit the wrong result for England. But at least we're playing and giving English cricket supporters something to watch.
Absolutely, mate. And we'll touch a little bit on that later on towards the end. But we're here to talk about you and your career, your fantastic career with Lancashire. Like we've said before, one of the most successful bowlers that the club's ever had. But it started early for you. Give us a bit of a feel as to where it all started.
Like most people from within Lancashire, we came through the schoolboy system. So I started with Lancashire Schoolboys at 12, which was all good fun and really enjoyable period. Probably around 16, I started to think that I might have a chance of becoming a professional. But it all seems pretty daunting at that age, or it did for me. I come from right on the edge of Lancashire where in those days not many people made it through to become professionals, so I didn't know anybody else who was a professional cricketer. And signing your first contract was at 17 was fantastic. I remember meeting Jeff Ogden and David Hughes, I think, or Alan Ormerod, both of them. Yeah. Signed the first contract. And then it all happened really quickly from there. Finished A-levels, and next thing I know, I'm playing a second team game over at Crosby, and Alan Ormerod came around the boundary and told me that I was travelling down to play first team the day after. And you'll remember very well, you were captain in that game. So my debut was 1992 at Hove on an absolute belter and we had a fairly weakened team through England call-ups and illness and injury. We had quite a young team out, and obviously I was 18 making my debut.
I remember it because I've got a picture of us all walking down the steps at Hove onto the field, and obviously like you mentioned, I was captain, and there was a young Glenn Chapple, looked about 15 with a Lancashire red rose on, about to take a new ball for Lancashire. And I remember that game amazingly because, like you said, we were ravaged by England call-ups, injuries, and Winker pulled out on the morning of the game, couldn't get out of bed through some bug he'd have. So I was next cab off the rank because I never captained anyone in my life. And I'm all out there, got to make changes and everything. I think there was a couple of raised eyebrows. But what did you feel like when you got told you're going to actually play for Lancashire? Was there any fear there, or was it just another game?
No. The people, I think it was easier because the team wasn't full of the established stars and the older brigade, if you like. So it wasn't quite as daunting as it could have been because I did know more than half the team through playing second team with them, and they were closer to my age. So the first game was actually relatively stress-free. I think it was if I remember rightly, it was a flat pitch and bowlers weren't really supposed to dominate that game. And I was always reasonably confident about my bowling. What made me more nervous in those days was actually fielding and not wanting to make a mistake of somebody else's bowling. But I don't remember feeling horrendously nervous in that game. I think the next game I played was soon after at Edgbaston, and we had all our stars back, and we were playing against Alan Donald, if I remember rightly. Maybe. But that game had, I think Athers was back in the team for that one. There was a game where, did Winker get a hat-trick that day? Do you remember that game?
I think he might have done, actually. Yeah, at Edgbaston, yeah, I think he did. I think he did get a hat-trick.
So I mean, I was more nervous for that one, but I enjoyed it more because I think I got 5 wickets in the game.
Yeah.
And that sort of made me realise that I could hold my own. But it was an amazing year, straight out of A levels and into the first team.
Yeah, it was a meteoric rise, definitely. But it started for you, didn't it? At like you said, you were on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire, up at Earby. Was it? Did you follow your dad into the game? Was it something that most young cricketers do?
Yeah, my dad played for Earby when he was younger. Then he moved to play for, I'm not sure how many seasons, maybe 5 or 6 seasons at Nelson. Then he was professional at Darwin, and then I think he went back to Nelson maybe, and then back to Earby. But I played in the first team with my dad at probably the age of 15, 16.
Yeah.
I played for 2 or 3 seasons with him, so that was a good experience.
What was he like? Was he like every dad? Was he like your biggest critic, or was he a massive support for you? Or
between, really, he didn't go overboard in either area. And never remember him criticising me, and never remember too much praise. I think he probably wanted to keep me pretty level.
Yeah.
The best thing was he was able to bowl at me in the nets. So once we'd finished practice, he'd stay behind, and I'd get another 40 or 50 minutes batting. And he was, when I was 15, 16, he was probably still able to bowl the best part of 70, 75, 80 miles an hour. So it was perfect practice. So that was a big advantage. Obviously, he played a lot of cricket and he knew the game. So it was a good start.
You went on from there to represent England under 19s in a team that made some very good cricket. What do you recall about your England under 19 days?
Well, again, I went to New Zealand when I was 16. So bizarrely, I was 2 years young, and the 2 England under 19 opening bowlers were myself and a lad called Mark Broadhurst from Yorkshire.
Yeah.
And he was younger than me. So we had 2 16-year-olds opening the bowling, and New Zealand had 2 19-year-olds who bowled 90 miles an hour. So I think our batters were probably a bit disappointed about that. But we had, it was the first time I'd ever flown, and it was a 33-hour flight into Christchurch from London via, where would it be, via Kuala Lumpur or Hong Kong, and then Perth, and then into Auckland, and then down to Christchurch. So that was a fair old experience. I remember all the lads falling asleep in their evening meal when we got there, and then 6 weeks touring around New Zealand as a 16-year-old. So absolutely brilliant trip.
Put you into great stead, didn't it? And really give you lots of experience to come back to slot into a very successful Lancashire team at the time, and you became part and part of the furniture really very early on in your career, didn't you? And you didn't look back. But was that something that you once you got in, you thought, I need to stay here now and learn a way of bowling at first class cricket?
Yeah, I think I had a period where obviously I did well early on, and as a lot of young players do, they have inconsistencies with form. And I remember being a bit up and down for 3 or 4 years, maybe a bit longer than that. Good season, average season. And I was definitely always part of the first team squad, but I wasn't always part of the first team. And it took me probably until 24 before I became almost, a permanent member of the team. And being at a big club, you are at the mercy of you're fighting for your place with other good cricketers.
Absolutely.
And I think eventually I learnt my lesson that every day of training had to become absolutely imperative, because you're not only satisfying yourself that you're in good form, people are watching. And if you have a bad day training, that can affect selection. So the biggest learner I had was probably after being left out, I'd made a decision that whenever I bowled at the captain, he'd never get a bad ball ever again. Just you get up with some bad news the morning after. So I think that was the best realisation I came to.
Well, I remember very early on in your career, we had in the heady days of when we didn't go away on pre-season tour, we went up to Ampleforth. Remember, we got up to Ampleforth, and they had a gym in there. I remember me and you did a weight session, and we did an upper body session. And I was an established first team cricketer, but I couldn't even lift the weight you were lifting off bench press. And was that a big part and a big mental approach for you to get stronger, to maintain the pace that you always had?
Well, again, you learn from your mistakes, don't you? So I remember coming back from Pakistan from an under-19 trip there, and we'd all been suffering with a bit of illness in Pakistan. Myself and Mark Harvey, who had a few years on the staff with us, we were doing the Chulton Run, which you'll remember well. Tuesday and Thursday, we used to rock up and do the Chulton Run, and me and Mark are running around in a bit of discomfort, and before we know it, Yozza and Laurie Brown, the physio, caught us up, and they weren't very impressed that two 18-year-olds were getting caught by the physio and the coach. So there you go. That was a bit of a shock, and I went instantly into I've got to get fit mode. So I did put a lot of work into fitness, weights, and a lot of running. So where I come from, there's a lot of hills, much more than there are in Cheshire. So I just got into that and worked hard, and I became, one of the fitter members of the squad.
Yeah, you did, definitely. But and we just move forward a little bit now to when you were part and parcel of that team, like we've said, into 1996 next trophy. You had a bowling spell there that for me was one of the best spells that I've kept wicket to, and it happened to be in a showcased final at Lords in front of full house against it in '96. What do you remember about that?
Well, it was humid, wasn't it? And so we batted first, and the ball was going around for the Essex bowlers, and obviously John Crawley played an innings that gave us played a great innings really, and it was just a score that we thought would just keep us in it. And we expected the weather to lift and for it to be good batting conditions in the afternoon, but fortunately for us, the cloud cover just stayed nice and low, and it was quite warm. What I really remember is ruining Digger's day, because poor old Digger had three for spit and then got taken off.
I remember that. He was coming in from the pavilion end, wasn't he? He was bowling from the pavilion end at Lords, and he had it on a string.
Yeah, so him and Bully started really well, and then obviously Winker had to make changes, because you don't want to blow out your two senior bowlers and then leave your youngsters with something to do in case Gooch was still in, and in case they have a partnership and the ball goes soft. So it was the right call to save Digger and Bully some back in case it got tough again. And I came on from the nursery end, and I got Ronnie with a grubber. So
yeah, he did. Yeah.
I told him at the time that it just decked away and took his off stump, but it actually went under his bat. I think Richie Benno gave me the benefit of the doubt. So it was a bit of a lucky start. So I think I bowled a loosener and got put away for 4. A bit of nerves early on. Then Ronnie got that one that kept low, which was a bit fortunate for me. And then even the next wicket, a little bit wide and probably a leavable ball, but Darren Robinson had a flash at it, and I think he nicked it to Harvards.
First slip, yeah, I remember, yeah.
Yeah, but then you're 2 wickets in, and the crowd are going mental, and you just switched on, and the nerves have gone, and it's just run at the stumps and try and knock them out, and I did. So
yeah, you did. And I still, to this day, people say, "What's the best ball you've ever kept wicket to?" And it was Robert Rollins, the wicketkeeper for Essex. And I swear I can still see that ball now. As it left your hand, it was going down leg side. It was on leg stump, and it swung, and it hit the top of off stump and Rolly played it beautifully with the full maker's name. And when it hit the stumps, I can recall he just smiled because he thought, "How has that bowled me out? That was as good a ball that he must have ever bowled."
Yeah, well, me and Rolly were good mates, so we came out of the under-19s team. We'd played England schoolboys together for 5 years, so it's a bit of friendly rivalry. So I just remember him smiling and thinking, "Chappie, why?" But yeah, it was one of those perfect balls, and it's one that you get advised not to try. But it was doing a fair bit, and it was bowler-friendly conditions. You've got to control it, and the thing I was happy about was being able to do that in such a big game. So, but to be able to bowl balls like that, you need conditions in your favour, don't you?
Well, you were happy about it. We were absolutely ecstatic, stood at the other end as you kept knocking them through and getting six for spit, and we won another trophy. But you moved into that team, and you became we used to giggle about it, didn't we? You became one of the guys that chose the suits before we'd go down to Lords, and you used to get a bit of stick for that, didn't you, from the older members of the team? But I think you brought a few of us into the fashion at that time instead of the big lapels and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I remember you getting a bit of stick for your suits, Eggy, and you were wearing your final suits 10 years later.
You're still wearing them now.
Yeah.
Just a bit small.
Yeah. Well, we didn't go as far as the Liverpool team, did we? We never ended up in white suits anyway. So
no, we didn't. I think a couple more years, if we'd have been there, I think if you were in charge, we would have been in them white suits. Let me tell you. And I remember coming towards the end of my career and playing at Lords in a red ball championship game, and having 5 minutes thinking, this is the last time I'm going to play in the home of cricket. And the great days, the 8 finals that I was lucky to play in, we had some fantastic days, and I took stock for a good 10 minutes and remembered those brilliant fun that we had.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons I'm lucky in the job that I do now, because still get to visit those places, and there are still people you meet who you played against. So you do still get the chance to sit in the Lord's dressing room, and I often think I'm quite relieved that I'm not going out there to bowl. I can still sit in the same chair and now watch the lads doing it.
I'm not having that. You could still do a job now. You could still do a job off 8 yards coming down that slope and nipping it back.
Yeah, probably got a spell in me, but I wouldn't like to take the new ball after tea.
You worked really closely with our coach at the time, and had a really good relationship with Peter Moores. How did that go for you?
Yeah, well, to start with, Winker offered me the captaincy before Christmas, and then he moved to director of cricket, and we signed Morsey as head coach. So at the start, I was wondering whether that I wasn't Morsey's choice. So there was a little bit of hesitancy, and I was wondering whether I was the man he wanted to lead the team. So when we did the press conference with Morsey, and myself and him had a meeting about the team, he reassured me that he was more than happy for me to do the job. And I was 35, Eggy, so yeah. I almost have the opinion that if I don't do it now, I don't want to play under anyone else, because I was always happy to play for all the captains I played for, because I just wanted to do my job. But when you get to a certain age, you think, I think I'd be okay at it now, and didn't really have the fear of my own form dipping, because I was experienced. I thought my body might give way before form would. So I was energised by it, if I'm honest. And Morsey was brilliant with me in terms of how he let me go about my business. He encouraged me to work hard and make sure I trained, because he said that he believed I could play until I was 40. So I managed to outdo him and play till I was 41. So I was happy about that.
Yeah.
But we saw eye to eye. I mean, he opened my eyes on what he expected. He expected a team to work hard and fight. And that should go without saying, but I think teams from time to time can become a bit complacent if they don't have direction. So together we tried to pick up the intensity a little bit, and I enjoyed the responsibility of making sure everything was right, and it made me put in even more, to be honest. So 6 years as captain, and I thoroughly enjoyed every one, and I didn't find it particularly stressful. It was, you had things to do and decisions to make and relationships to manage, which without that responsibility, I could be a bit careless with relationships sometimes, a bit snappy and a bit speaking my mind when probably it's not wise to. But that gave me a different perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really interesting to listen to, and the culmination of that was that you went on to captain to win the championship in 2011 for the first time in 77 years, which was a magnificent feat, a magnificent effort from you and all your team in then. And there were some really good performances from players during that time. And it looked, you've just mentioned it, it looked like you had set the scene where you had each other, everyone had everyone else's back.
Yeah. Well, before that, we've both played in teams who should have won the championship.
Yeah.
And you look back and think, crikey, some of the seasons we've had, sometimes we underperformed, and then other times when we did perform, we didn't get the breaks we thought we deserved. And you've got to get over all that. But some of the teams we've played in and didn't manage to win it, I still think that it was amazing. I know one of the lads I'm working with here mentioned it the other day. I think when Sussex won it, they were staring at our results and just watching it rain in Manchester when they knew we were playing great cricket, and they won the championship. Ultimately, because they played more cricket than we did. Yeah. So there were 2 or 3 seasons where we just couldn't get on the field. And then 2 or 3 where we actually let ourselves down and didn't quite do it when we needed to. My first 2 years as captain, I think we finished 4th both times with good teams, but 4th was probably a fair reflection on where we were at the time. But the year we won it, we started off as relegation favourites, I think, because we'd lost big name players, and we had a young squad. We only had 17 on staff. We had no batting depth to speak of in terms of where people's careers were at. We had young players making the way, and I think Gailey, the Yorkshire captain at the time, tipped us for relegation, which really wound a few of our young lads up.
I bet it did,
and probably set off a bit of a temporary fallout between us and Yorkshire, which spiced the season up no end, to be honest. With a bit of help from Jimmy, getting a bit irate at Liverpool. But the lads were amazing that year. They decided that they wanted to compete for the championship, and they weren't just going to be relegation fodder. They were going to win the championship. And after the first 2 games at Liverpool, they built up this sort of momentum. They proved they could score runs. We didn't score massive runs all year, but we scored competitive runs. We had a really solid bowling unit, and we had energy in the field, and we had a drive that was about fighting for each other and winning games. So, and that comes from lads who are really energetic and determined to play well for each other.
You've mentioned it a couple of times now. You mentioned that word fight, and you're never beaten. And on many occasions during that season, you pulled great victories out of the bag when you shouldn't really have won.
Yeah, there's too many to mention really, but the ones that stand out are Keggsy's performance late on in the season against Hampshire. I mean, the last game was incredible, really. How we hung on in that game and managed to force a result on a flat pitch. That's purely down to desperation to win. The 2 Yorkshire games were absolutely cracking matches, and a lot of close games where a team weak in spirit would have rolled over. We managed to hang in when it was tough, and then dominate and win the big moments.
Which is fantastic. And moving on to your coaching career now, that's a philosophy that you look like you've taken into your coaching philosophy now of everyone gives 135%. No game he's ever lost, or no game he's ever won before the final whistle, so to speak. And is that something that you'll stick with in your coaching role?
Yeah, I think you evolve though as a player, and you evolve as a coach. And I mean, I think I'll always say coaching's about helping, and when a team does well, it's the players who've done well. I think the players get the message that my view that it's about the team, and what you can do for the team is everything. By doing that, you'll achieve your own personal ambitions. So I think that message will remain constant. And players are professional cricketers, and they should enjoy working hard. And we want them to enjoy every day they come into work. But it has to be centred around a focus for improvement, and a focus for the team, and what you want to achieve together. And as long as there is that targeted approach to it, then we want to see people having fun with it and enjoying, being proud of what they're trying to do.
This coaching pathway that you've gone down now, you've always been a student of the bowling side of the game, and you've just mentioned over the last half an hour, you worked it out for yourself, and you worked how to become a successful bowler. As a coach, that must really, really help that you've got a massive knowledge behind what young bowlers are thinking, what young bowlers are going through, and what challenges they're all facing.
Yeah, but I think the biggest challenge is to remember that you don't know everything, and you only know stuff from your perspective if you're not careful. So things come to you really quickly about what you'd do, but what should that person do is a different question, and sometimes it's a different answer. So trying not to tell them what to do from your perspective, try and help them find a solution from theirs, and if they find it without your help, brilliant. Try and help them become more self-reliant, and give them freedom to work things out themselves, but you're there to help if you need it. And there's different scenarios every day, but sometimes less is more, and don't walk around like you know everything. And I think that's one of the pitfalls that ex-players can sometimes fall into. Obviously, you're there for your experience and your knowledge. One of the challenges I have is sometimes I feel like I'm not working, but when you think about, you're actually thinking about things all the time, and we're used to being physically active, and we associate that with work. But there's a bit more to it than that. But don't stick your oar in too much and let people play.
Yeah, which is what you as a player, you always seem to be able to work it out for yourself, and a few guidelines from some things. And one of the areas I want to talk to you about, Chappie, is that you've mentioned a couple of great bowlers that you played with, but you took the new ball with some fantastic bowlers over the years at Lancashire. Not to mention England's finest ever bowler that you're working with as an England coach at the moment, and also one of the finest all-rounders, if not one of the best left-arm seamers of all time in Wasim Akram. Working with those quality performers, did that help your career?
Yeah, Wasim was a big influence early on. He was a little bit too good because you couldn't copy him. So, but he taught us a lot about the game, and just watching him was inspiring enough. And seeing you hopping around behind the stumps when I was at fine leg, I felt for you and I felt for the slits. But I've never seen anybody be able to generate pace on slow wickets into the wind like Wasim could. So we'd all look similar speeds to Wasim downwind on a fast pitch, but get him into the wind on a flat pitch and he was 20 mile an hour faster than us, and swinging it round corners. Yeah. So the beauty about playing in a team with Waz was you knew he'd take the hard stuff at the end of the innings. He'd bowl into the wind at the death, and it would just get everybody else out of jail. That so he was that good. So yeah, it was just a pleasure to see him perform. Really, Jimmy, watching him develop and how he's learnt to become as good as he is. It's still interesting now, but how quickly he picked up the skills. And I know he often credits Winker with helping him develop his swing bowling. So he went from being a tearaway fast bowler who sprayed it around to being an international class fast swing bowler in about 18 months.
Yeah.
So his ability to learn really high-level skills is second to none. And his discipline in his career, discipline with his fitness and his determination to stay at the top has been amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Wise words. And like you say, you've been at the helm now at Lancashire for a while, and you've got a crop of very good young cricketers that you've moulded and shaped into, with your backroom team. You've shaped into a very, very good unit by the look of it. What's your hopes and plans for that team moving forward?
Well, I was pretty hopeful for this year, if I'm honest. I thought we were in a really good place. We played really good cricket last year in all formats, actually. And I thought we had a well-balanced squad going into this season. We'd signed good overseas players, so we were in really good shape. We'd just been to Mumbai on a week's training camp, and just before all this lockdown kicked off, we were in really good shape. Now, that still remains the case for next year. We've got a really strong squad, but we're going to spend the rest of this season hopefully winning games of cricket and doing really well. But without the overseas players, and potentially with our England players missing for some of it, it'll give more of our lads a chance to play first team cricket. And it'll enable us to see where we're at going into the winter and into next season. And hopefully we can come into next year even stronger, with a squad capable of winning trophies. And obviously,
fantastic. Yeah.
I think next year there'll be 18 hungry counties. And it'll be interesting to see how teams go. We've got to make sure that we're hungrier than anyone else, because we should have the quality, and everyone will be looking forward to a full season. And hopefully that's what we're going to get.
Absolutely, yeah. Roll on 2021. I think that's everyone's thought on a cricket front. But let's move on to you're looking after the England bowlers at the minute, and head coach Chris Silverwood. It's your home ground. You've bowled here for the last 50 odd years. Has he picked your brains on how the wicket may play and what areas that we could gain an advantage on the West Indies?
Well, yeah. I mean, there is that aspect of it, but I know the venue. Obviously, I know the pitches, but we've also got Jimmy here, who's fairly clued up. So I've never played a test match at Old Trafford. 5-day cricket's different to 4-day cricket. So a lot of the time, our county games on a good Old Trafford pitch, you think, how can we best force a result in 4 days? Whereas a 5-day game is slightly different. It's more about establishing big first innings score, and you've obviously got a really strong bowling unit as well. But yeah, hopefully, because of where we're at, I'll be of more help than I would be at other places. So that's one of the reasons I'm here, is just to try and help as best I can. But I need to get older Stuart Broad this afternoon, because he's stuck a picture on Instagram of me and then put a picture of Boris Johnson on beneath it. So I don't want to get. I think he's saying I need it. Yeah.
It had been noted, and Wisdom Cricket as well have put something on. Who does this man look like?
Yeah, well,
so get into him.
I think it's a bit harsh that now the hairdressers are open, we're still locked in for 3 more weeks.
Get it shaved off, mate. Get number 3 all over. Before you finish, I want to just touch on what it meant to you to, like you say, you played until you were 41-year-old, and you probably could have gone on a little bit longer. I think you were so many wickets from reaching 1,000 wickets, which is never happening again. A new bowler will not get near 1,000. So what did it mean to actually put on the red rose shirt and go out there and play for Lancashire?
Well, obviously, you should be proud to play professional cricket, proud to play for your home county, and also the players you're playing with. And that builds up over the years. You know, you become a one county player, and all your stats are based at that ground. So, you know, it gets more and more intrinsic all the way through. You know, you have a drive to do well for the club. And when I became captain, obviously I had this urge to make sure we actually achieved something that we hadn't done for a long time. And thankfully, due to a lot of exceptional circumstances and the players we had that year, we managed to do it in 2011. I could have gone on for longer. I just felt a little bit embarrassed to be chasing a ball to the boundary at 41 when we had fairly strong squad of bowlers coming through. The last 5 games I played towards the end of the season. I think I broke my finger early on, and we were in Division 2 at the time. And we by the time my finger healed, we were going well. And the bowlers who'd come through and replaced myself, and people like Kyle Hogg and Saj Mahmood, they were starting to build a reputation and getting better week in, week out, and it just didn't feel like the right thing to do to come wading back into the team that was improving. I managed to get 5 games in when injuries allowed me to play, but going into the following season at 42, it just didn't feel like the right thing to be hanging on to. You can always go on a bit longer than you do, but I think I'd had a fair crack at it, to be honest. It would have been nice to get 1,000 wickets, but if you can't do it in 24 seasons, maybe you don't deserve it.
Well, that's really honest. That's a really honest point of view, mate. And you know, you gave your heart and soul to the club, and you were the go-to bowler for many, many years, and led from the front. You've said it yourself. You played cricket how you expect everyone else to play cricket, and that was very admirable of you. Glenn Chapple, brilliant to speak to you, mate. Delighted that you're helping the England bowlers out, but don't do too well, because I want to see you back at Red Rose for many years to come. And you know, you've got jobs there that I'm sure you want to finish. But thanks for joining us. Thanks for speaking out of the England bubble, and I hope it goes great for you the next 2 weeks. I know you for a long time. I know you enjoy walking the dog, and you enjoy your game of golf, and you enjoy your pint, and they're going to have to go on hold for the next 2 weeks, I think, mate.
Yeah, we'll get through it, but you book us a tea time, mate.
Don't worry, I'll book you 2.
I don't want to hear you playing at Birkdale or somewhere when I'm free to play.
Well, next time.
All right.
I've got plenty in, but don't tell anyone.
Yeah. Nice.
Chappy, thanks, pal.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
No worries. Cool. Let me know. Am I doing it to camera? Or just, yeah. No worries. Okay, Bob.
Well, as you can see on the top of your screen, the lunch has been taken at 12:30, so an early lunch here at Trent Bridge, but the conditions haven't really improved, albeit the ground staff are still bobbing about outside to try and get the outfield ready for play, which hopefully will be at some point in the next few hours. But lunch taking early at 12:30, so we've lost the entire morning session, I'm afraid. The plan is for the umpires to inspect again at around 1 o'clock. So hopefully around 1 o'clock we'll see the umpires come out and have a look. But that depends on whether it's still raining, of course. If it's still raining, then that planned inspection will not go ahead. But 12:30 lunch the players will have, with the potential of an inspection at 1 p.m. It's not particularly heavy rain. It's been very light drizzle, but the light isn't great neither. I mean, the floodlights aren't on at the minute, but I suspect if we did get some play, they might well have to come on. So there's two issues at play here. One, the fact there's still a little bit of rain around, and secondly, the light isn't great. So we remain optimistic as we can. Just a reminder, Nottinghamshire 268 for 2 in their first innings, with Ben Slater set to resume on 111 not out and Joe Clark unbeaten on 4. The Bob Willis Trophy on the second day right across the country has been badly affected due to the rain and the poor light, albeit there are some games taking place in the South Group. They're currently off for rain at the Test match as well at the Ageas Bowl, so it looks like one or two grounds being frustrated by the conditions. We've already heard and watched the Legends latest now Legends series with Glenn Chapple, who was speaking to Warren Haig, and great to hear Glenn Chappell's memories as a player and indeed a captain, and of course the iconic year as captain of Lancashire. Glenn Chapple was 2011 when he lifted the county championship title. It will be a year that Lancashire supporters will remember for a very, very long time. So for the next half an hour or so, we're going to recap that magical summer of 2011.
The last time Lancashire won the county championship outright, Fred Perry won Wimbledon, the first of the Flash Gordon comic strips was published, and Stanley Matthews made his debut for England. The year, 1934. In the 77 years that followed, there had been hope, there had been some close calls, notably in 1950 when Lancashire shared the championship title with Surrey. But it was 2011 that brought to an end that long, long wait, and the trophy was won.
I've been here all my life, and to win a championship and make it in history books after 77 years is a dream. Everybody doubted us. Probably a lot of people at this club or people who've been involved with Lancashire, doubted we could win it, and to finally do it is a great effort.
Seeing people like Glenn Chapple nearly in tears and stuff because you've won it, and thinking of how many trophies he's won just shows how much it means to people.
It's just a dream come true for me to represent Lancashire and then to win a championship after 77 years. I couldn't ask for any more.
It was just a well thought out season between mates that just really enjoyed it.
I mean, looking back, you just got to say it was just a magical season.
As Stephen Croft struck this shot on a gorgeous September evening in Taunton, Glenn Chappell's side had done it. It gave Lancashire their 10th win of a brilliant summer from 16 matches. And although they waited until the last day of the season, Nobody could deny that this team of young and hitherto largely unknown stars were deserving champions.
This is a difficult trophy to win, as Lancashire have proved over the years. But you know, we've finally done it, and obviously all the lads are ecstatic, and I'm really proud of every one of them.
Yeah, we've always been close. I think the last few years we've come second. I was involved in the 07 defeat at Surrey, which hurt a lot, where we were 20 odd runs short. But yeah, it's been amazing to be a part of this team. It's a brilliant team spirit, and hopefully more trophies to come.
At the moment, all I can say about this group of players is they're committed. We've got great senior players, Mark Chilton, Glenn Chapple, Gary Keane, who set a fantastic example. And the young players, they want to work. They want to work and get stuck in. The message is the same for all of us. Do your basics, keep it simple, and then the game hopefully will look after you, and that's what they've done.
I've had 20 years, and it seems to get harder every year, but the cricket that we've played this year, and to only just win it, shows how hard it is. But we've had many tight games, which makes it all the better, really, to be honest. Our fans have been great all the way through. I think there's been a lot of belief from about halfway through the season within the county that we had a chance. But it went right to the wire, and it's very difficult to bear at times. But we've stuck with it, and we've come out on top. It's great.
So how then did Lancashire finally do it? This is the story of the unforgettable 2011 Championship season. It began with financial difficulties, which meant that there were few big-name players in the team and certainly no crowd-grabbing overseas players. The home fixtures had been moved away from Old Trafford to outgrounds because of the redevelopment that was taking place here in Manchester. To many outside the county, the likely outcome of the season was relegation. But 6 months on, this young, hard-working group of cricketers had managed to achieve what so many before them had failed to do. It all started in early April with the first of 6 matches to be played at Aigburth. Coach Peter Moores takes up the story.
Well, the overriding thought at the start of any season is excitement. I think because of the expectation of playing another season, you've spent... Cricket's quite unique. I think we have quite a long off-season, 4 or 5 months to prepare. So we've had the lads together working very hard in the winter. We'd said, listen, we're not going to sign any players. The club, through lots of circumstances, partly through finance, but also I think in some ways as a club, we thought it was time to give people a chance. That created this huge excitement and drive and hunger within the winter programme because people know 2 or 3 slots are up for grabs. Some of the senior players, we knew they were going to start, but how the team was exactly going to shape, nobody really knew. So everybody worked extremely hard and wanted to get into that first team because once you've got possession, then obviously it's in your control. We'd sort of made the decision we're going to produce what we thought was the best wicket we possibly could because we've got quite a young batting lineup and we wanted to try and get off and running with some decent scores, get our guys in form. And the pitch proved like that. I think Sussex won the toss, if I remember right. We didn't win many tosses all the way through, I don't think, but they won and played quite well early on, and then we managed to bowl them out. And the significant thing there was Carl Brown getting 100.
Well, the innings against Sussex was one of the highlights of my season, obviously, and to have done it in the first game was really pleasing because I'd worked hard for that opportunity, and I think it was difficult to score 100 in the first game because probably because of the pressures that I was under personally, that I felt like I needed to get out of the blocks and get a score in one of the first few games to keep my place.
We got a very big score, putting them under pressure, and if I'm being honest, I didn't think we were going to win. On the last day it rained, and we were all having lunch, famous Liverpool lunch they always put chips on the front, which was nice. So having lunch, and in some ways, because it was raining, we knew it was a flat pitch. I think everybody relaxed. Certainly Sussex, I think, relaxed. Took the eye off the ball a little bit, and then it stopped. We got back out there, and Glenn Chapple then bowled magnificently, and we bowled them out literally within 12 to 15 overs. It all happened very quick.
It was quite random. The first match of the season against Sussex, my mum came up to me and said, we'd just beaten Sussex first game, and she was saying about my granddad used to go and watch Lancs at Aigburth. She said, this is your season. And, to play cricket at Liverpool, it's a great ground to play cricket at. I've always done well there personally, and as a team, I think you know, we've always done well, got a lot of positive results there in the previous years I played. And, you know, this year it's been great, the crowd have been great, we've had a great following down there.
Somerset have been a tough side for us actually over the last couple of years because they play good cricket. They're a very competitive side, and we knew we were going to play them on a pitch that was a very good cricket wicket. So if you got in, you could score quickly, but there's always a little bit in it for the bowler as well because it bounces. Again, I think they won the toss and batted and got into a very strong position at lunch, and it looked like they were going to go on to get a big score, but we bowled them out for under 300, which was low, and then we batted beautifully. And once we got that big first innings lead, there's a great chance we're going to bowl them out again. And you know, and the way our bowlers were bowling with a mixture of pace and spin, we could put sides under pressure. The significant part of the game was Mendes played for Somerset, and obviously Farvies knows him very well, fellow Sri Lankan Test match player. But he'd sort of told us how he thought we should play him, and if we did, we'd be able to dominate him. And he gave the tactics talk to the players, and by doing that, he nearly had to do it himself. And so it came to the point when he faced Mendes, he absolutely smoked him. He played beautifully, and it got us put us in a great position really. But as a character through the season, he was outstanding. And the fact that he got this 100 and he got him a good rate just meant that rather than us getting a sort of 60-70 lead, we got this significantly big lead, and it sets the sessions right and then puts Somerset under huge pressure. Yes, we've won 2 games. Let's enjoy them. Let's celebrate the fact that we've had 2 very good wins against 2 good sides. But let's not get carried away. You know, we know the key thing for us was why we'd done so well. We'd done well because we bowled tight, we bowled disciplined, and when we got an opportunity to get a big score, somebody had gone on and got 100, and that had made a significant difference.
Yeah, it was something that I'd set out at the start of the year to get 100 in the first few games, personally, just to put a few cobwebs behind me really, and then push on to try and have a really good season. I think we were 320 for 6 or something like that, around that score. Me and Luke Proctor were just trying to get us a decent partnership. We knew if we could get onto 400 with the 6 wickets down, we could push on to 550, 600 and really put the pressure on them on a good wicket.
We played really good cricket. It was a time we were obviously very confident. We'd won 2 games, and towards the end we knew it was going to be tough because the wicket was quite flat. And they had 2 or 3 players in people like Ed Joyce that if you didn't get them early could go on and get a big score, which Ed did in the second innings. Unfortunately, we had Saj Mahmood got warned off because coming down the hill it's quite easy to go over length and bowl the slow ball over waist high, and another one, and that meant he couldn't bowl. And we got to a point by the end really where all the seamers had given their all, they'd thrown heart and soul into it. Gary Keady had already bowled 30 odd overs and it looked like it was going to go, and then Stephen Croft came in and got Ed Joyce out straight away. And we suddenly had this 9 down, I think 20 odd overs to go, there were 20 or 30 ahead. We had no pace really left to go at them, so we went with a spin. And to be fair to Monty Panesar, he, along with, I think it's Arif, they played well actually.
It was obviously very frustrating when they were blocking us out near the end, and Arif was whacking them everywhere, to be honest. He played really well. We didn't know he could bat, and he showed us he could. So it was one of them situations where at the start of the game we'd have took trying to bowl them out in the last session to win the game, but at the end we was a bit disappointed. But 10 points at home isn't really a bad result, so we took it in the end.
The value of the draw was sort of shown in the championship, and we had to dust ourselves down and take it for what it was.
Bit of a quiet dressing room probably for about 5 or 10 minutes, but I think the end of the day we've played 3 games at this point and we'd won 2 and drawn 1. We're a high points draw for us as well, so we're still top of the league, which we was very happy with.
Actually, they were not quite top, but already things were looking good, with Lancashire in 3rd place with 2 wins out of 3. Defending champions Nottinghamshire looked as if they may be the team to stop after starting the defence of their title with 3 wins from their 3 matches, while Durham were also sitting pretty, even though they'd been beaten by Sussex, a side which Lancashire had already dominated twice. It was a wonderful start to the summer, but this was just the beginning. Wicketkeeper Gareth Cross now remembers the next match against Warwickshire at Edgbaston.
I remember their lads weren't happy with the wicket. They were a bit disappointed. They had Trot and Bell playing. They wanted a flat wicket to try and get a big score against us. They didn't get that. Their lads weren't happy about that, and I think we took advantage of probably them being a bit disappointed with their groundsmen and stuff. So when we looked at the wicket the first day, we thought it was just going to be a green seam and it wasn't going to spin. We played 2 spinners to try, and I think Chappie will agree with this. He was just trying to sort of save the runs a bit, thinking that 2 spinners could bowl and keep it nice and tight. And when we brought one of them on, it started ragging square. So it was a bit of a bonus to have both of them playing. And we ended up bowling them out cheaply in the second innings.
It had been a strange year for me before, well, starting off with the Warwickshire game when I got selected through mainly injury, because I was playing second team cricket at, I think it was North of Pole, playing a one-day game there, after just coming back from Chelmsford playing in the CB40, and I didn't have any thoughts about playing Championship cricket because I wasn't even in the squad to my knowledge. And then we finished the second team game, and then Gary Yates said to me that you need to go down to Birmingham because Hoggy's gone over in warm-up the day before. So I was rushed down, and I still didn't really think too much about playing. I thought it was for cover, and then it turned out that I got in on that morning, and what looks like a strange selection because it looked quite a green pitch, so I wasn't really harbouring too much hope for myself performing anything dramatic, but it turned out that it went pretty well for me.
In the first inning, you saw him against Ian Bell, Youssef, Trot, really good players of spin, international players with really good records, and he put them all under pressure before the wicket really started to deteriorate. By the second innings, when it started to get a little bit harder to play on, 5 for 8 or whatever, but it wasn't just the wicket, he looked unplayable, and that to me was, again, we've seen it before, maybe not to that extreme, but he's a brilliant cricketer really when conditions are in his favour.
The last 5-6 wickets I think just went in about 2 overs, so they bowled really well, the spinners.
Well, I was pretty pumped up because it was quite a tense situation because they were going quite well and they were scoring pretty freely, and so I just wanted to try and make an impact, try and get a wicket really, and I started well, got a wicket in my first over, and so I've got a lot of momentum. I think the first one was a pretty average ball that I managed to get Chopper out with, which was a bit of a bonus because I remember he scored a lot of runs prior to that game. Second one, I think, was Mohammed Youssef. He was trying to get after me, and I was trying to get at him, sort of bowling wise, trying to keep him tied down, and he ended up coming down the pitch, and I got the stumping because took the stumping, and then I ran off like a madman with my arms out wide, and then there was a slightly dubious one of Ricky Clark, which I'm still to this day said he didn't hit, but the lads looking on the replay said that he inside edged it onto his pad, and he walked down the wicket with waving his bat to the umpire, and so I think I might be wrong on that one, but I'll still take it. And then there was the Ambrose wicket, which was probably the best ball that I bowled in the game because I just tried to bowl quick as I could into the pitch, and it turned, and it just took the shoulder of the bat, and Jimmy caught it as slip. And then there was the next ball was the Barker wicket, which was the caught short leg, and all this time I was just adrenaline was pumping, and every time I got a wicket I started running faster and faster down the pitch to celebrate.
Someone like Simon coming in on a pitch that wasn't originally suited hugely to spin, that it doesn't matter if you're a quality bowler or a quality player, you can do well whatever age you are, and Simon proved that on that day. Well, in some ways you start thinking, well, things are going our way. You know, is it going to be our year? You'd be strange if you didn't think that. But you also know it's a long haul, and we've got young players. And one of the keys is, will those players be able to, one, hold on for the whole season, and two, will you avoid injuries? Because with a small staff, one of your big things, your big risks in many ways are that if you lose 2 or 3 key players, you've not got the depth in the squad always to bring in the replacements. But because our squad was small, and because in many ways we'd lost some senior players, it was very competitive because there was always 2 or 3 people competing for each spot. So that was a really positive thing. So even though we were doing well, there was still a real push outside the squad to try and get in that, because people really hadn't got nailed on positions because they were young and they were starting their careers.
When I didn't get selected after the Warwickshire game, I was a bit. The lads would tell you when I turned up to Liverpool and I saw it was a green seamer, like for a couple of games, they started taking the mickey out of me, doing impersonations of me when I'm kicking and stomping. But it was all light-hearted, and I understood that I'd get another goal, and I just wanted to make sure I was ready for when I got another chance, and that's what I went back to play second team cricket. I was ready. I just wanted to make myself ready for when I played. It
was interesting because Farviz Maharouf, he'd come here, and one of the games he really wanted to play in was the Roses game because he'd heard about it. So it's always going to be very exciting against the Yorkshire team, who we know had a good season the season before. A game where touted as one of the younger sides that could start to push for the championship, so it was a big game. And each game you win or doing well, you start as a coach, you start thinking, well, I just hope we're not going to get complacent here or expect we've still got to do the simple things well. So you just want to get in the game, if I'm being honest. You want to get in the game, play well, and see if you can get to a position at some stage where you can win it. And so that was our thoughts really going into that game, knowing we'd have to play good cricket at the start to give ourselves a chance later on the 4-day.
I think now as well, they've got a lot of young players, we've got a lot of young players, and we've all grown up playing against each other. So in the olden days, I think Chapple used to say they all used to go and have a drink together and stuff after the game and stuff, whereas nowadays that don't really happen. So probably a bit more spice in it these days. But it was all legal and in the spirit of the game, so it was good fun. We had Jimmy playing for us, that spiced it up a bit. Jimmy was bowling really well, not getting much luck. Thought he had a couple of wickets that weren't given off the umpire, and nothing serious happened. There was just a few words between the bowlers and batters and fielders, and it was all good fun. Before we went out, just at tea, we said, look, we've got an hour now to sort of bowl them out, really. We knew that the ball was spinning, but we didn't want to put too much pressure on Keys to do that. He'd been bowling really well without much luck, but we knew if we got one wicket, we was into the tail, so we had a really good chance of bowling him out. And then Hannon Dolby come in there, number 11, who's can't really bat, and he played and missed quite a few. And then luckily we brought Jimmy back on and he got the wicket.
Yeah, the Roses game at Liverpool was a special moment as well in the season, where we got a win over Yorkshire, and yeah, it was their final innings. Time was running out really, and they just scraped about 120 ahead with just over an hour to play, and then I was hovering around gully. Patterson edged one and finally clung onto it at gully, where I've a pretty new position for me this year. But yeah, to hold that catch and then go out and bat and knock the runs off was a special moment. I thought it was an important time in the game, and just thankfully I held on to it, because I don't know if there's enough time left in the game.
I saw it twice in the season actually, once there and once at Somerset, when we got a wicket, the last wicket, and everybody literally just ran off the field. The whole team ran off the field, came in the dressing room, and there was this huge buzz, of which we had 14 overs to score 125, I think it was. But the belief in the dressing room then we're going to do it was huge. And literally the two openers, Horton and Moore, straight out the door, running down the steps, everybody on the balcony, and it created this buzz, I think, that eventually was the thing that got us over the line.
I think at that point, because we'd got the wicket, even though it was a lot of runs to get off a small amount of overs, we had momentum going into that to go on and win the game, and we always felt there wasn't one ball, I don't think, of anyone in the dressing room that ever thought we wasn't going to get that total, and that's how it worked out. We had 10 wickets, 11 batters, so in 12 overs you're not really going to get bowled out in that really, so we knew we had quite a few big hitters, and we was all pretty unselfish and give our wickets away to try and get more runs for the team. I just remember there's a couple of overs left and we still needed about 25, I think it was, and I just remember Roofy he hit Rashid and side bottom for a couple of sixes, and as soon as Rashid come on we sort of knew then that this was either it or we was going to get beat, because Faviz plays spin really well, and I knew he was going to try and hit him out of the park, and he did twice, and that won us the game.
There's a photo, we put it up in the dressing room, and it's a great photo. I think he dived full length, so he's covered in mud, and he's it's not dissimilar, I suppose, to the one with Brownie and Crofty at the end of the season, with I think Farviz is sort of half picking Brownie up and waving his bat, but it really it sort of cemented him in Lancs folklore a bit, I think, with the supporters. They loved the fact that he was totally committed. You know, he'd gone full length to try and get in to not get run out. He'd obviously played some great shots. But what he'd done was he showed it meant something to him to win the game. And he came off, and obviously when he got in the dressing room, he got mobbed. We always have good scraps with Yorkshire. And in many ways, I felt for them, because in that moment, you're obviously on a high, though you've got to feel sometimes for the opposition that, we've all been on the other side of it as well. So it was a great, because it was so tight all the way through. I think he hit Rashid for 6 Farvies, I think, in the last over, which meant we got 10 or 12 of the last over, which often you wouldn't get. So, yeah, it was a great win.
Yeah, so the big moment for me in the season, in more than one way, was the Hampshire game. For me, missing the first 3 or 4 games of the Championship, where we sort of hammered every team we played against, I was thinking, will I play it all this season? And then, we had a couple of injuries and finally got into a team at Hampshire. I think Chapple was injured, so I think the bowling attack was like me, Saj, Oliver Newby, so, pretty inexperienced, without Chappie, and then finally to get a game and, get 7 wickets in the first innings, I couldn't have gone any better, really.
Kyle Hogg's performance at Southampton was, it set his season up, that's for sure, and in many ways it set ours. The Southampton game was a game I was really worried about as a coach. I'm quite sure why, but I was. It just sort of, we'd had good games against before. Dominic Cork captain, be very keen to obviously do well against his old county. We're away from home. And as I say, it was just one of those games I'm thinking we've got to get into this game well. We obviously played well. Maybe there's something in your head thinks, well, we're due to maybe not perform somewhere. But we got there, and on a pitch, they'd left it green. I think because they needed a result. There are 2 or 3 games that have been very flat, and they hadn't been able to force a result. So we looked at it, not quite sure how it was going to play, but how Kyle bowled. Kyle was the standout bowler on both sides by such a distance. It was amazing in some ways. He bowled so well, because we'd lost Chapple, who wasn't playing the game. So that was significant. The other one was Carl Brown, who'd obviously started so well, gone along, and Carl scored the high score of the game.
The first day we turned up and we knew Hampshire had a really bad start to the season, and we saw Corky laughing the first morning of the game because the wicket was just green as anything. So it was, whoever won the toss was going to bowl first, and Hampshire won the toss, put us in. And I think what a lot of people forget about that game is we got 300 on the first day, and Carl Brown got a 90 on that wicket, which was probably worth, 150 on any other wicket.
It wasn't a usual Rose Bowl pitch, and it had been, I think, changed slightly towards a result pitch, and we knew that. And I think I just tried to adapt the way that I played and tried to work out how I was going to score runs on that wicket, and luckily for me it worked out. I think it's horrible to get out at any point in the 90s, but especially when Dominic Cork's got you out, I think it makes it even worse. He was chirping all day, and I had him in my ear all day, and I just didn't want to let him win. But eventually he ended up getting me out, and he let me know about it, that's for sure.
The second day we bowled, and people always say that it was just one of those days where everyone nicks it or they seem to miss it and hit them on the pad, and that's pretty much what happened. There'll be a lot of days where you put the ball in the right area and you beat the bat and it's frustrating, and that was one of them days that they seemed to edge it, and the slips either caught it or Crossy caught it, and it was good to see people like Corky and Dimmy Mascarenas, the tail enders coming in against a new ball. It was just personally, it was just good to play in the first place, and then to actually play and then to get 7 wickets, it gives you loads of confidence, and then took it into second innings. They then followed on, and it was pretty much similar to the first innings. We put the ball in the right area, and they just seemed to either nick it or miss it again. And Saj Mahmood bowled as well as anybody at the other end, and he just didn't have the luck that game. He beat the bat so many times, and I seemed to just get the luck.
I always used to look at the Australian team when they're doing very well. People used to come in. I remember Kasparich coming in, who'd played very well. He'd come over here. He was a good bowler. Suddenly went and played for Australia, and he was on fire. Stuart Clark was another one. And I always look at that as a benchmark, how good your team spirit is. Is it easy to come in? is there something going on in that team that helps you raise your performance, your play to your maximum? So that was a good sign, a good indicator, I think, for us, for me and Glenn and for the support team, that actually things were going well. There was a good mood in the camp. And also a real hunger. Kyle got a chance to play. And as I said, it was very competitive. Kyle had been pushing really hard, got an opportunity. Ollie Newby, who'd started well, got injured. And suddenly you get your chance. And I think lads knew that if you don't take your chance, there's a chance someone's going to come in and take it from you. So it creates that nice balance of, one, being in a good team spirit, and two, having to play well, otherwise somebody else is going to take your place.
It was another remarkable month for the county, and these were the thoughts of some of the camp at the time. They weren't counting their chickens yet, with a big game against their nearest rivals, Durham, coming up next.
Start of the season, many people thought we had a small squad and a squad that would struggle. And until the season gets underway, no one really knows. You just have to prepare really well, develop as much confidence and ambition and belief that you can, and get on with it.
Does that drive you on when you pre-season, you see people tipping you for relegation and so on?
Well, I think our lads are very driven anyway. We're mainly homegrown Lancashire players who really enjoy playing together. There's a good spirit. And we were just desperate to do well for each other. So obviously any team needs a good start, and you get more belief as you go along. And it's very early days for us. We've just had a great start to the season. We just take one match at a time.
There's no magic formula to it. It's just a case of every guy just getting out there and getting stuck in with the bat. We know we bat long, so we can get runs down the order as well. Trying to hold the pressure when it comes from other teams, which invariably it does. And then trying to push on, and then with the ball, just lots of discipline with the ball. Try and put runs at a premium, and make it hard work for batters. And so far it's working well. I think although we're a small squad at Lancashire, every one of those 16, 17 players is capable of coming into the first team and really performing, and that's a real bonus for us. So yeah, we do like to work on a squad feature. You know, we've put lots of different teams out this year, and each team has come up with the goods. So it's a good position to be in.
You're passing personal record after record so far this season with your what you got now, more than 800 wickets or 750 for Lancashire in the Championship, and more 7,500 runs, whatever it was the other day.
Yeah, well, if you play for long enough, you're gonna start passing milestones, and they seem to come thick and fast when you get to my age.
I've played in a lot of good teams, and we've played a lot of good cricket during my time at Lancashire without the final reward. So you know, obviously this is right up there at the minute. It's very exciting changing room to be in. Lots of local lads, which gives it a nice feel, and you know, I think everyone's just enjoying and looking forward to the next game. So you know, we go to Durham on Saturday and start on Sunday. Massive game against them, so we'll really look forward to that.
By the end of May, Lancashire were looking comfortable at the top of the table with 5 wins from 6. Durham and the vastly improving Somerset were not far behind though, and there was still a lot of cricket to be played, including that crunch match with second place Durham. And looking ahead to that match, here's Peter Moores.
We knew it's a big game. Durham a really good side. Arguably the best batting side in the Championship, I think. Possibly Hampshire, when they're firing, a very good batting side. But Durham, excellent batting side. If they bowl well, you're going to be put under pressure. But we were really up for the game. Obviously, 5 out of 6, we're on great form. Playing good cricket, very confident. Knowing the key in many ways is to get past the new ball at Durham. So when we were into that game, and I don't think we thought it was going to be a deal breaker, because we were in a strong position. We got 5 out of 6 wins, but we knew that if we had won the game, what it would do would open quite a big gap between us and everybody else. So it was an opportunity for us to really start to stretch that lead. If we didn't take it, it was going to squeeze everything up, and we're going to be back in the mix with everybody else. Benkenstein sort of played the anchor role. Was in great nick anyway, but just accumulated runs, and as Benke can do, you know, once he gets in and he's playing well, he's a lovely player and doesn't really give you a chance. Glenn Chapple bowled really well at him, and he managed to see him off. And Stokes, it was our first real introduction to Stokes and how well he can play, and he played brilliantly. He played a shot off Glenn Chapple where he hit him off the back foot through sort of straight mid-wicket, which was a shot of real class. So I think we walked away licking our wounds a bit, but obviously realised that they're a good team. Two people have played very well, and once they got that huge partnership, we were always going to be under pressure.
Obviously, we've had a first defeat of the season, so we're still in a pretty strong position, and we needed to get back on track again. So I think we've got a really good set of lads to do that, you know, put everything behind a defeat if we've sort of had a defeat and get back on the winning sort of roll again. And it was a big game for us, and ended up being some good memories, really. We won the game down there. I sort of been out injury with a hip flexor, so to come back and sort of get my best figures of the season, I was pretty happy with that. Played a couple of 2020s just before that. And bowling 2 over spells isn't the same as bowling like 8-9 over spells, so I was getting a little bit stiff, but every time I'd come off I'd see Sam the physio and he'd sort of rub it out and I'd be okay again. It swung about a little bit and just like sort of nibbled off the seam a little bit, so it was a good sort of comeback game for myself, and yeah, I really enjoyed it. They had a good lead, sort of 20 or 30 runs lead from the first inning, I think. Franks and Reid and Adams put on a pretty decent partnership towards the end of their innings, and so it's quite crucial for us to get some early wickets. And fortunately for us, it was still seaming and swinging about, and me and Oggy bowled pretty well to sort of restrict them, and it was a good start for us in the second innings. Just to get like crucial wickets like Hussey and Samit Patel, who were pretty dangerous players, you know, to get them out as well, because I think Samit got 50 in the first dig as well, so it's quite crucial to get him out. But yeah, I mean, I felt in pretty decent rhythm and stuff, and to get us back in the game was quite pleasing.
When we watched the game unfold at Trent Bridge, it was interesting because as a batsman you knew you were under the pump. The ball was doing quite a lot, up and down mainly, but it was doing so much that you felt that if you could survive, you know, the really ridiculous balls, that you still had a chance of scoring. So when we had that total of 240, Paul and I sat in the change room before we went out that evening, on the third evening, and we knew that those 13 overs were going to be crucial. If we could get through those 13 overs unscathed, then we'd be in a very, very strong position come the fourth day, and we'd give ourselves a really good chance. So we went out really determined. We had some tough deliveries. I remember getting hit a couple of times, but we had a little bit of luck, and we managed to get through that and go into the fourth day. The fourth day at Trent Bridge was interesting because I was very focused. I knew that we needed, another 200 runs roughly to win, but I knew that the closer we got, the easier it would get, really. They needed to bowl us out as well. I knew that if, one of the top, 6 batsmen was there at the end of the day, we'd have won the match. And the way Paul played at the start of the innings with me as well, filled me with great confidence. So I felt at lunchtime that we had it wrapped up, provided we kept our heads. If we could get that score under 100 to win, we'd win the game.
My thoughts were, it's coming into that last day, I would have taken it, to be honest with you. I know it's seaming about and swinging a little bit, but the form that our batters have shown, and sort of we've done it throughout the season really, in certain, we chased a total against Yorkshire down in 130 odd in about 14 overs or something, and just sort of that sort of confidence within the camp, and Maureen Hart's have been batting really, really well to get us off to a good start. So us boys were pretty confident in the camp. We got off to a pretty decent start again. Maury, I keep mentioning, it was a fantastic knock for him to get him going in sort of the championship form of the game. And then Chile coming and got a crucial 20 or 30, I think, and then Crofty coming and just sort of took us to the end. Yeah, everyone was confident, the mood and the spirit. I think the main difference this year was any sort of situation we was in, the team always knew that we could sort of win a game from that situation, and having that sort of belief, I think, helps quite a lot in situations like chasing 240 or whatever it was on a wicket that's doing a bit.
On that final day, my focus at Trent Bridge was purely on getting those 230 odd runs that we needed to win. So I actually didn't really realise I'd scored 100. I didn't even know that I was in the 90s. I remember, I can't remember who I was batting. I think I was batting with Crofty at the time, and he came up to me and shook my hand, and I was like, "What are you shaking my hand for, mate? We still need another, 30 runs to win. What's going on?" And he sort of mentioned I got 100, so it was a bit muted celebration for me. At that point, I was still focused on getting the runs. Once we'd got to that total, I remember standing on the pitch, shaking guys' hand, and being fairly proud of the fact that I actually passed 3 figures for the first time for Lancashire.
To get 100 to win a game, it's the two most important, either to save a game or win a game. When a batter really earns his corn, and this was a chance for him to bring something for the team. Great 100, great win, and obviously got us back on track.
Throughout the season, you're gonna suffer defeats. That's just the way it's gonna be. It's just the thing that matters is how you sort of bounce back from that, and to show winning against a good side like Nottingham on their own patch was fantastic. Just show the spirit of the team, the confidence, and the sort of hunger to sort of win the game and trying to stay in a pretty decent sort of position in contention for the championship.
In a game where if I've been honest, when you play Durham with our spin bowlers of Kerrigan and Keady, we'd have liked to be on a pitch that would have turned a little bit. The weather had been pretty iffy in the sort of week before. The grounds hadn't been able to get on it, so when we got there, the wicket had a real green tinge to it. And it was probably a little bit damp because they just couldn't get on the pitch. So the toss was going to be quite significant. Unfortunately for us, we lost it and Durham put us in. But I think we still thought it was going to be okay. It was flat. It just was going to see him. But Callum Thorpe bowled really well. I don't think we batted very well, if I'm honest. Though it wasn't easy because it did swing and seam. You had to leave very well. Got bowled out. And then credit to the fight and of the spit of the team to come back and then bowl out Durham when conditions were a lot better. Actually, the wicket was always going to turn into something very flat as the weather got better.
I think in the first day there was about 20 wickets that went down. So I mean, I've never played in a championship game ever before that's lost 20 wickets in the first day. So I mean, we went out to bowl and the ball was still swinging and seaming about, which is pretty good for us as well, And Hoggy got some early breakthroughs and the ball was swinging, and we got some crucial wickets to get them on the back foot. So yeah, it was pretty good. I think we bowled a lot better than Durham did, but I think Durham probably batted a lot better than we did. Anyone seeing the first day, you would have probably wrote us out of the game. Really, you would have said, right, well, Lancs are nowhere near in contention of winning this game. But the way we batted on the second day, I think we showed our character again to get us back into the game. I think we had pretty decent partnerships. Small partnerships, but quite a few. And then I think Luke Proctor, who's only probably he's in his first season, and to get 50 in that sort of in them sort of circumstances in his first year, he's only a young lad as well. Was pretty good for us.
And we almost won, scoring 180, I think it was, at Durham, and then almost winning a game shows the character.
To get back into that game, and the ball was still swinging around a bit in them conditions, and then I think they lost a wicket or two towards the end of the game, which put us right back into the game again. And knowing that the ball was been swinging and seaming throughout the whole game, we were still confident that we could still win the game. And obviously coming to the next day, we got a few early wickets, and then they had a good partnership between. I think towards the end was Blackwell and Benkenstein. I mean, Benkenstein played brilliantly. He was in the form of his life really, on a wicket that was doing quite a bit, and everyone else sort of seemed to struggle. He played it pretty well, and sort of saw his side home.
And we got to a point, I think there were just over 100 when we dropped Blackwell at fine leg. And if we caught that, there'd have been about 70 or so with 4 wickets in hand, which would have been quite a tough ask, I think. So it ended up being quite a tight game.
I think the crucial part of the third day is they talk about you got to catch pretty well to win games, And I think Collingwood, Hoggy bowled to Collingwood, and just seemed away a little bit, and Collingwood edged it to, I think it was Paul Horton, and it was in his hands, and I think it just bobbled out. And just little things like that is going to win you games. You know, I know it might not sound much, but it does. And then I think Blackwell hooked a ball off me at fine leg, and Hoggy sort of dropped it there. And I think to win games, you have to actually, you've got to hold on to them, especially big games like that. There's a lot of pressure on. I think when Blackwell got dropped, it was pretty tough from then on, because Blackwell sort of got stuck in, and Benkenstein, they put a pretty decent partnership on, and saw him home.
I came away from that game actually feeling more confident we could win the championship than I had at any other stage, funnily enough, even though we'd been beaten, because I thought Durham might go and win it, because we'd played them twice, they looked a really good side, and I thought if they play well, but I was really impressed about how we'd gone about staying in that game, because it would have been so easy to accept Durham are better than us, lie down and let them sort of take the game. But we didn't. The lads got stuck in, they fought very hard, and we got the game down to the last sort of where we had a chance. And I say if we'd held that catch, they might still have gone to win, but we would be competitive, and we got, you know, it looked, as I say, to me like this was two very good sides competing, and we were going to, if we could play that sort of cricket for the rest of the season, we'd have a chance.
Obviously, you're very disappointed with the way things are going at that point if you lose a game from that position, but as a team, it's never really affected us massively this year. I know we lost a couple of times, but as a team, we always believe that we can win. And like I said, the spirit in the side has been fantastic this year. And we know that wherever we went to play, people knew that we were in a good position. We were playing some really good aggressive cricket. So we almost had an effect on the opposition before even starting the game, because we were aggressive in the previous games that we've played and stuff. And obviously showing us pretty high up in the table was a bit of a factor as well. But I don't think there was any issue for the team to sort of get back up and trying to win the next game, and trying to get the belief or confidence back up, because the boys were training really hard, playing really well, and everything was pretty good. Obviously you get your little blips in a game where you could win or sort of lose your games, and that was just one of those things.
By the midpoint of the campaign, it was increasingly looking like a two-horse race between the 2008 and 2009 champions Durham and Lancashire. Durham may have held a decent lead of 23 points at this stage, but Lancashire had a game in hand. We were also going well in the Friends Life T20, qualifying yet again for the quarter-finals. But now there was work to be done in the four-day game if that interest in the championship title was to be kept going. There was also the matter of another Roses match on the horizon, and after the thrills of the corresponding game at Liverpool, when Lancashire had won their first home Roses match since the year 2000, a trip to Headingley to take on the struggling Yorkshire was the perfect way to pick themselves up after those disappointing defeats against Durham. Kyle Hogg, who excels in Roses matches, now takes up the story.
You know, we'd lost 2 out of 3 to Durham. Both, I think at Durham they totally outplayed us, but it was quite close at Liverpool. But, you know, they played well and deserved to win. And then we went to Headingley knowing that, you know, we had to do something if we were to keep, you know, going up the table. We had to win, really. And I think there'd been a bit of spice in the first game at Liverpool, which I missed out on. So we knew it was going to be a tough game. And, you know, in the end, it went to pretty much, I think we won by like 15 or 20 runs on the last day.
Yorkshire versus Lancashire, huge game, Roses game. Both sides played some really good cricket and times that had been disappointed, but the game kept being thrown from one side to the other all the way through.
Sometimes when they're 45 for 8, you think you're just going to roll them, so sometimes you maybe ease off the gas a bit or something, but I don't think we did that. I mean, I think that we spoke on it before, the ball just didn't do as much when it was older, so it was a little bit easier. And Sidebottom's played international cricket. I mean, he's not dummy with a bat, and Pyre obviously he's got 100. You can't be a dummy if you're going to get 100 at first class cricket, you know. And even though he's coming in at 10, it doesn't really. It's sort of irrelevant these days because you get some really good batters batting low down the order, you know.
You're 2 balls away from bowling them out and potentially winning the game, because if you get bowled out for 70, 80, there's no way back really. So that's frustrating. The key is how you react to it. So when you come off, often when somebody's done that to you, the momentum is so much with the side who've got themselves out of jail that they then take that straight into their bowling, and that affects you. So the times what was good for us was when we'd lost the game. Not lost the game, we'd thrown the game back their way, or Pyra had taken it their way, that we kept coming back with something else. We kept coming back into the game, and because mentally that's the biggest challenge, because there's this huge disappointment that we nearly won it, we nearly had it, then he's played well, we've got to do it all over again to try and open the door, to try and open the win. So that mentally was a big thing for us. As I say, the fact that people came up at the right times was... I think I put it down to fighting spirit and whatever, that people did, a mental toughness really with the lads, that they managed to deliver when it really counted. The way Pyra played first innings to get them back in it was matched by Hogg and Mahmood in our. When suddenly we were in there, we think we've got a chance here. We suddenly lose wickets. It looks like we're going to be under real pressure. We came up with a partnership at the end, and then obviously we bowled very well, and Keeds getting Pyra at the end just got us home.
We'd lost a few wickets to the new ball. We were in a bit of trouble, and then I think, me and Sad really, we like batting together. He's a funny character. It's always pretty relaxed. We don't really talk about batting out there. He'd be talking about where we're going tonight for tea, or he'll have spotted somebody in the crowd and he'll be messing about. But it keeps us both relaxed, and we both played our own games, and before we knew it, I think we put on, a pretty decent score together. I quite enjoy batting with Oggy because it's quite entertaining watching us playing random shots and stuff like that. I think we didn't really let the pressure get to us too much. We knew what we had to do, but we didn't let that change the way that me and Kyle batted. We're pretty aggressive batters, and we score at a pretty decent rate. So, sometimes I'd be playing shots at length balls, which I know I was confident at the time that I could hit for boundaries or get some runs off it. There wasn't a point where I thought, well, we're in a bit of a bad position here. We need to just hold on a little bit and sort of trying to stick in a little bit, because if I try to stick in and try and change the way I play, I know that I won't be as effective. So yeah, me and Oggy quite enjoy each other in the middle, and it's good times.
He was always going to be really close, and going in that last day, I wasn't sure, if I'm being honest, because what we knew with the pitch, once the ball got past about 30-40 overs old, it became much easier to play because it didn't do things quite so quickly. And people like Rashid Shahzad, they're aggressive players, they score at a good rate, and Pyra played so well first innings, so it was going to be tight.
We're getting a lot of grief, to be honest, from the Headingley faithful. They were letting us know we weren't very nice people. I think we come out after lunch, and I honestly thought we'd just ball them out pretty much straight away, and then they got some good partnerships together, and we'd made a few bowling changes and it didn't seem to be working, and Keeds come back on again, and then all of a sudden Rich Pyra played so well in the first innings, didn't miss a ball, and then just played across a straight ball really and missed it, and was LB, and we all just piled on top of Keeds. I remember standing at mid-off, and they needed 30. Adil Rashid was batting, and he was on a 30, 40 or maybe 50. He was batting pretty well. He played spin pretty well as well. So Pyra just come in and he was batting, and I'm pretty sure we were thinking, well, he's got 100 in first dig, so he's pretty confident. He's in pretty decent nick, so I wonder what's going to happen here. But we kept piling the pressure on, bowling some decent balls, and then Keeds wrapped him on the pads. And there was two noises, so I'm thinking, what's this? But everyone's gone up with a really good appeal, and this hits front pad and the second pad, and when the finger went up, everyone just went absolutely crazy. Like, Keeds disappeared. I went celebrating, I couldn't even see Keeds. Keeds was on the floor, about 8-9 lads all over him. So he's got up, like, literally doesn't know what's going on. So yeah, to get that win against Yorkshire, I know it's a Roses game and that, but a lot of it was to sort of get back on track again against Yorkshire away at their home ground. We were getting a lot of sticks from the crowd as well, but to get back on track again onto the sort of championship side of things was a fantastic moment in the season. So I don't think I'll ever forget that, actually.
Great scenes. If I felt for anybody at that time, that I did feel for Yorkshire that day, because it was a great game of cricket, and in that moment, a draw would have been fair on the game because both sides have played some brilliant cricket. It was our time, our momentum, probably our season, but it just shows how fine the balance is sometimes. Southport was an interesting pitch in that it looked like it was white, it looked like it was going to be flat. We thought historically it turns, so we thought actually this could be a pitch that where Kerrigan and Keady could come and play a real role on a small boundaries, you could get a decent score. And in many ways, when we started to bowl, they won the toss and batted. That I don't think we thought we were going to bowl them out, but Kyle Hogg again came in and we got wickets early on, and we got them in a fantastic position. Not dissimilar, I think. Memory serves me to Yorkshire. We got wickets early on, and then they managed to post some sort of score with Adams playing well, and I think it was White. I think played well later on.
I just remember it was really hot that week. You know, we was playing in playing in England, and it was like playing abroad. And you know, we got off to a good start, got a few quick wickets, and you know, we bowled well at both ends, and you know, we bowled them out for 200, which we were really pleased with. And it was just, you know, just one of them days again, similar to like what happened the week before at Headingley. You know, it just seemed to, you know, put the ball in the right area, and they seemed to miss them or nick them again.
So again, we came off disappointed and got off to a good start, but then suddenly what we did, we had this sort of Adams bowl well, and we collapsed a little bit and got under pressure, and they obviously went on eventually to win the game.
You know, it just didn't really go our way with the bat. Andre Adams bowled like he seems to every game, bowled really well. I think he got 5 for and put us under a lot of pressure. I think we were really disappointed after the Southport game because, you know, we'd played so well the week before at Yorkshire. You know, we were full of confidence, and then, you know, to go to Southport, you know, one of our home games, which we'd, you know, expect to win really, and then we probably just didn't. There was nothing wrong with the wicket. We just didn't bat well in both innings really, and that was the bottom line.
You know, you're at that period. You're trying to make sure it's the tough part of the season, the middle of the season. You've got lots of different cricket coming on, so 2020s, Pro 40s, you've got championships, you're moving around all these competitions. And the one thing we had seen in the 2020s, we'd played in the 2020s and we'd lost 3 in a row, I think, all pretty much in the last over. And the one thing that the side didn't do, nobody blamed anybody. Everybody just got on with it. We talked about what it was and we moved on. And then we won 7 in a row to get to the finals day. Now, similarly in championship cricket, there's a point when if it's not working for you, you've got 2 choices. You either look at, first place, to looking inside yourself, what can I do? What can I do to get better? And I think the players started to do that. What can we do together to make sure we get ourselves to play better cricket? Is it our fault? Was it theirs? Where are we at? But if you start playing the blame game, then it goes pear-shaped, pretty much, I think. And that's what the lads hadn't done, didn't do at this stage. And I think once that's going on, the team spirit's still good. We're still working hard. Take it for what it is. Decide what we're going to try and work in our practice to get ready for the next game, and then move on, because there's not a lot else you can do.
The good news had been that Durham were also finding wins increasingly hard to come by themselves. And so, as we moved into August, just 2 points separated the top 2. Now it appeared that the biggest threat may come from Warwickshire and Somerset, who were finding their form, especially the Midlanders, who were the next team to come to Liverpool, a ground that by now was becoming something of a 12th man for Lancashire.
We've had a good time this year. We've played good cricket, I think, more than anything else. I mean, the pitches have all been slightly different. We've got one county strip that bounces a bit more than some of the others, but it swings here. We've got some good swing bowls, I think, people like Chapple, Saj Mahmood, Kyle Hogg, so they've done pretty well, and we've managed to get some runs. So it's produced good cricket. The fans have been great as well, so we've enjoyed coming.
What's really helped, it produces results. There's not been a draw here for a number of years.
No, it produces results. We obviously don't always play on as many different pitches here as normal. Normally we just play the county week. We've got one strip we always play on. This year we had to play on several different ones. But as I say, it's swung always here. And the people are great. You know, they get stuck in, there's a good atmosphere, and we've enjoyed coming this year. I say it normally produces a result, like most club grounds do.
So yeah, it's like playing festival cricket all season.
Yeah, we like the travelling Wilburys. I think we just move around, because when we're at home we're away, and when we're away we're obviously away. So, but it's been good fun actually. As I say, all credit to the club here. They've laid it on brilliantly with the food and everything. They've made every effort for us to make it feel like home. It'll be great to go back to Old Trafford when that, you know, the ground's been redeveloped and the square was turned this year. But we've really enjoyed what's been quite a different season.
So tell us a little bit about the history of this ground that we're at today.
When the headquarters of Lancashire Cricket Club came about, in 1864 Lancashire were formed, and they were playing here at Lancashire, at Aigburth, and also at Old Trafford, and there was a big rivalry as to where the county ground was going to be put. Liverpool said, well, it's got to be here, hasn't it? Because, you know, Liverpool's a centre of trade and it was a centre of the northwest. Manchester said, oh, no, it's got to be Manchester. And Manchester won. A bit underhand, really, at times, but Manchester won that. Anyway, but Liverpool never forgiven them, I don't think, because in the 1890s and 1880s, 1890s, they played quite a number of matches here, as I say, and then at Old Trafford. And then over the years, it's been cut down to one match a year. And in fact, the last 10 years, they've only played about one game a year here. And so Liverpool, for the last 10 years, has been a real poor relation. But then something else has happened this year, because this year we've played at Liverpool and we've won all the matches, apart from Durham. Now, we never win all the matches at Old Trafford. If we win the championship this year, it will be irony of ironies, because we'll have won the championship, Lancashire County Cricket Club, away from Old Trafford. I don't know if we'll ever go back there.
Yeah, there'd be an argument, wouldn't there? Yeah, I mean, what'll be interesting, we've got new pitches at Old Trafford, what they'll play like, relayed pitches, so hopefully there'll be a bit more in them than the old Old Trafford pitches, which became hard work at times if they didn't have pace.
There was no doubt about it. The match with the Bears was going to be a really significant one. Let's rejoin Peter Moores.
We'd got bowled out, I think, and they got a decent first in his lead. And then we came back and we managed to sort of force the pace a little bit, get the game to a conclusion where we could try and bowl them out, and then it could have gone either way. We got wickets. I think it was Stephen Croft came and got a couple of quick wickets. They ended up saving a draw, but again, it was one of those games that could have gone either way. It was a good game of cricket.
Well, memories at the second innings against Warwickshire I was a little bit peeved off first innings. I got sawn off a little bit, I thought, and when I was batting an LB, so I wanted to make up for it. I felt in good touch, good nick, and when I went to the crease, we were in a bit of a sticky situation, and I went in with Carl Brown, and we just thoughts for then on in were just to build a partnership, 5 runs at a time, and each over at a time, and just to go up in 5s, and that's what we did in the end. Yeah, my innings personally, I felt really good. It was sort of a kick-start to my season, really. I felt last year's I've done well. I didn't push on from my first 100, where there's plenty of times that I got on past 50, and this was only the second time I got past 100, and it was a big relief for me personally. I felt in really good touch, and I wanted to make the most of that. But yeah, the first thing and foremost was trying to get a good lead for us in a bit of a sticky situation, and like most of the season, I had some really good partnerships with Carl Brown, and really enjoyed batting with him, and he batted really good that day and deserved 100 as well. But yeah, personally, I felt really good, and it was one of my best knocks in county championship.
You've got different sort of batters in cricket. Some that are, I don't know what you call them, maybe more technical players. They tend to accumulate runs, be it an Ian Bell for England, but that sort of player. And you've got sort of more dominant players sometimes who look to take the game to the opposition. And Steve's one of those. When the opportunity's there for him to dominate and take the game to the opposition, put the ball under pressure, I think he's at his best when he does it. He did it in that game, he did it in the following game as well, and I think it is a style that suited him very well.
To be honest, it doesn't feel like you're playing in a pressured game or a pressured environment. You just feel like you're playing with your mates who you grew up playing cricket with, which I think 90% of us did. We've all come through the youth system or the academy, and it's just been brilliant this year. We've all been very close and tight together since the winter. We've all trained really hard, and there's not been one day where you walk in and think it's going to be a tough, long day. Really, we've had tough days at the office this year, and we've just bounced back from it. And I think that's something you can't really buy in a team, or you can't really create yourself. I think it just comes down to the lads, and they've been great professionals, and at the end of it, we've been great mates as well. I got a bowl near the end, and I really enjoyed it. It was turning quite a bit, and got the first wicket, and then it seemed to take forever to come down the stairs, and they were delaying quite a bit, and it all it all kept us going really. We were all a little bit frustrated, and the umpire said, "Don't worry, we'll add another over." And then the 2 wickets I got were really pleasing for me really. Quite new to spin myself, and to see the ball turn that well for me was a big plus point, and quite a good time for me. I've like I said, only just started bowling it, and to get those 2 wickets in the over just give us a little boost. And unfortunately we couldn't get the last 1 or 2 in the last over. But yeah, it was a nail biter which we could have won, as the Sussex game as well, where we could have won that as well. Yeah, playing Blackpool this year was very special for me really. I walked to the ground every day. It felt a bit surreal, to be honest. I didn't feel like I was playing for Lancashire, to be honest. Like I said, just walking to the ground, and it just had a special feel to it really, just knowing a lot of the crowd there. And I played there a couple of times earlier that season for Blackpool and didn't get many runs, so I was due some on that ground. For me personally, it was probably my best knock in county championship cricket after getting a century the game before at Warwickshire. Obviously relaxed me and put me at ease a bit. And for me personally, we were in a bit of a tricky situation again, and just played my natural game, and it worked for me really. It was, I wanted to push on and get some more, but at that stage I thought it was a good contribution to the side, and yeah, it was one of my best knocks in county championship cricket.
Obviously, we went into the game, thinking 2 games against Worcester coming up, we can knock these over twice, and we have a good chance to win the championship. But Worcester trying to fight themselves out of relegation. We're always going to put up a good fight, and we're going into that game, and we had a tough first day. We got put into bat, I think, and put a score on the board, and then we had a crazy little evening session against them. I think we had 20 for 5 or something like that, and they came back strong the next day.
Worcester are a funny side. I mean, they obviously lost quite a lot of games, but you could never underestimate, and we knew that because we'd played them in 2009, my first year. We had 2 games. We won both the games in 2009, but both could have gone either way. So we played the game, and Stephen's knock became quite a big factor in the game, actually, because eventually, again, part of our season, we get into dominant positions and we seem to somehow throw it back at the opposition. And I think in the second innings there, we lost 7 wickets in a session, which actually meant that Worcester had a chance to still win the game in the last innings. So Lanky played very well. And the turning point in that game, probably for our bowling, was when Gary Keedy got him out just at the end of the 3rd day, which obviously made it much tougher for them to get over the line the next morning. It became quite an easy-looking win on the outside, but it was another one of those that you knew that had we not got key wickets at key times, Gary Keedy again playing a key role here, that we could have been put under pressure.
To be fair, I hadn't been bowling that well up until that point. I'd been a bit inconsistent, and I'm bowling the warm-up in the morning, and Chapple just came over and just, there's a few interesting words thrown in there, and Morsey himself in there, and but it just gave that little motivation I needed, and I went into that bowl for a good hour in the morning, just getting loose, and I took it straight into the game, and things just clicked, and in the space of about half an hour, we'd won the game. I think it was Chowdhury, the first wicket. It wasn't the best ball in the world. I think it got cut to point, and Morey took a little juggling catch. It was one of those ones you think, please catch it, and I think he spilt it into his chest and then just about grassed it off the floor. Next up was Scott. I think he just missed a straight ball, to be honest. He just ran back at him a little bit in LB. At that point, they were thinking about getting the new ball, and I was like, Chappie, I'm not going off. Next was Jones. Jones, to be fair, just dragged one on. Richardson, to finish it off, was quite happy, actually, a little bit of extra bounce, and Crofter took a good low diving catch at slip.
The loss to Worcester away was a tough one to take for everybody. The Worcester game came an interesting time. So looking back, would we have done things slightly different? Well, yeah, we may have done. But we'd had the 2020 finals day. Had been the game before, so we had this week. We had the way the fixtures fell. We had a week's preparation prior to the finals day, which was really good for us. So we had quite an intense 2020 week. We talked about what was going to happen. A chance for us to win a trophy. Went to 2020 finals day, I think, in really good shape, and played good cricket, actually, against Leicester. A bit of rain. We had our opportunity. Credit to Leicester, they stopped us, and so that was the end of that. We then, from there, we were then going to Worcester to play the Championship, which we got the day before. And if I'm being honest as a coach, I didn't quite like how we were the day before. Not that we weren't working hard, but we weren't having the same conversations about Championship cricket that I would normally expect. So by the time we came to the game, we played it, we were very committed, but what I think what hadn't happened, we hadn't really connected back into how we play Championship cricket. We were still a little bit, we played 2020, we'd not played in the Championship now, it doesn't sound very long, probably for 10 days, but I think it pulled us away a little bit from the disciplines we do that made us in the position we were, was in the title running, we had a chance. So we played the game, probably with the value of hindsight, we won the toss and we'd have probably bowled because it would have been a chance to get in there. Though the wicket looked like it was going to get worse, and I think it probably would have done. It had some cracks on it, so we felt if we could get through that first morning, get some sort of score, we'd put them under a lot of pressure. Didn't happen. They bowled well, we got bowled out. And in, I think it's possibly the quickest game I've ever been involved in, 4 days, 5 sessions or whatever. And we're sat in the dressing room wondering what's happened, knowing that it's a huge dent in our hopes to win the title.
Yeah. Worcestershire was bizarre in so many different ways. We had a bit of a conversation, Peter, Sam and myself at the start of the day, because I said that my wife was in labour, and they sort of said to me, well, do you want to give her a call and find out how long she's going to be? So I called her, and that didn't go down too well because she was in labour at the time. So I was handed over to her mother, and she said, I think you better come up. It could be quite soon. They gave me a time scale of about 4 hours. I thought, that's fine. So I got in my car and cruised up the motorway. The team were very supportive of me. And I arrived at the hospital expecting a long labour. And my wife was gone. She was nowhere to be seen, and she'd had to have an emergency operation. So I didn't know this. I walked in, asked where my wife was, and about 10 seconds later, someone came out of the theatre and handed me my baby daughter. So my world just turned upside down then. For the next hour and a half while I waited for my wife, I just was holding my baby, completely in a world that I can't really describe, the emotions and the feelings that were going through me. And then just after my wife arrived back, my phone started to ring, and I had Sky TV on one line saying they wanted to come and film me. I had Sam, the physio, on the other line saying, how you going, mate? We're batting, we're in a bit of trouble, can you come back down? I'm sat there going, all right, I've got my wife, I've got my baby, I've got Sky, the whole world was turning upside down. So I said to my wife, look, my team are in a bit of trouble, do you mind if I pop back down the motorway? Everything looks fine here, Amelia's, fantastic. She said, okay, no problems, off you go. So I got in the car, I think we were 2 wickets down then. By the time I got to the motorway, we were 4 wickets down. By the time I got about 20 miles down the motorway, we were 6 wickets down. I'm thinking, God, looking at my mileage on my clock, looking at how fast I was going without, being able to get caught by policemen. And when I got to about Birmingham, I got a call from the coach saying, you can turn around, mate, we're all out. And I thought, geez, right. So I turned around and went back to the hospital.
In some ways, we just said to everybody that because it finished so quick, we could go away and we could have a couple of days to think about it, come back in to the ground, and it would still give us, I think it gave us 2-3 days preparation before we went down to play the next game. So from that point of view, it gives a chance to sort of dust ourselves down. Then we came back in here, and when we did, we did a couple of things in here at the ground to try and get the lads to reconnect. We showed some footage of how we'd won our games. We did a couple of other little things that allowed us to sort of feed back to each other on where we're at. And if I'm being honest, the players themselves worked extremely hard on our disciplines for 4-day cricket. So by the time we got to Liverpool to play that penultimate game, which we knew we had to win the last 2, I think we were as a team back in the right place.
Durham still led, but now had only 1 game left. Lancashire and Warwickshire each needed to make the most of their game in hand. The Bears took on Nottinghamshire, while Lancashire entertained Hampshire in what was a must-win game. And so into the last 2 games, and the first of them turned out to be a real nail-biter, another thriller in a season filled with them.
We knew we had a chance. We were going to try and play good cricket. We knew it was tough against Hampshire because the batting line-up, we produced what we thought was a good pitch. We were ready to play hard 4-day game. The only thing we really wanted was the weather that was going to hold for us, and we were going to get a chance to play and get a chance to get a result.
In some respects, knowing that it's black and white, you know, if you don't win, the chances of winning the championship are gone. So we knew we had to go into those 2 games and force a result.
At that time of year, to get the weather to win for 2 4-day games is obviously quite rare, I think, as well. So we did know that there was a chance that could get affected. It could have get affected. One might have done it if weather affected somewhere else. But yeah, we knew the equation. We'd had our chance to really stretch the lead at Worcester, hadn't taken it, and that's the thing you were trying to get out of your head. You know, you were trying to get that. Listen, have we blown it? And as I say, I think the way the lads trained the 2 or 3 days building up to the game at Liverpool against Hampshire, we did very well, and now we just wanted a chance to get into that game and try and put right what hadn't gone right at Worcester. On that innings, Paul Horton and Stephen went out on that night, and we had to set a tempo. So they saw the new ball off, and in credit to Paul Horton then upped the tempo first. So he upped the tempo, started to score quicker, and rightly so. Stephen then dovetailed with him, and we scored at a really good rate, and they both then accelerated towards the end of that day.
I think our attitude changed quite a lot on that 3rd day when we watched Hampshire playing, and we knew that they weren't trying to win the game. The way they batted, the way they were setting the game up, and that gave us a bit of incentive. And you know, Paul and I in the field were saying, if we can just get these guys out, we'll win this game. We just need to get them out, and then we can put them under pressure. To then go in that evening, and the way Paul played on that 3rd evening was fantastic. I mean, I couldn't get the ball off the square. I mean, I couldn't time a thing, and he just kept hitting boundary after boundary, and you know, we just built huge momentum that evening, which set us, you know, up fantastically for that last day. I remember I was sat in the change room on the evening of the 3rd day with Peter, and he said I think we were talking with Glenn, we're talking about, you know, what was going to happen on that 4th day, how we were going to possibly get a victory. And I think Peter sort of in jest sort of said, oh, well, you know, Maury could always go on and score 160 and we could bowl them out. You know, I sort of laughed it off, you know, because I wasn't sure that was going to happen. You know, who knows what's going to happen on that 4th day. I wasn't thinking of getting a big score. I was thinking of us trying to get some momentum into our innings to try and give us as much time as we possibly could to bowl them out, really.
Stephen played brilliantly. He really did. He played beautifully. And it gave us a chance to actually pull out with enough runs to put them under real pressure so we could have attacking fields all the way through, and also be in a position where we had enough time to actually bowl them out, or we felt we had enough time. It was always going to be tight, and it was where we were the side. You could tell it was going on because we were literally running between the wickets all the way through, and you know, credit to everybody, the catchers, but also, I mean, that second innings was all about Simon Kerrigan.
And that set us up like in a great position to have two and a little bit sessions at Hampshire, and we felt that because it was a spinning pitch and like we've got 2 opening bowlers as well in Huggy and Chappie, who can easily just nick a couple of wickets. We felt like we were in a chance, in with a shout, as long as the rain stayed away, which it did, and it went for us.
I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing when I was stood there in the field. The game is was going along, but not really accelerating. We knew that at Liverpool, history had shown that at some point the game accelerates, and we'd managed to build some momentum into our batting. But with the ball, we were just struggling to get, you know, that acceleration that we needed of wickets, you know, sort of falling in clumps.
Well, I was bowling, like me and Keeds were bowling really well, like from the ends we were at, and another day it could have been Keeds getting the wickets, but I just felt like I was bowling into a massive gale, and I was all game I'd fancied just a little goal from the other end, and it came about that nothing much was happening, so we swapped ends, and I remember Chappie chucking me the ball before I started that end. He went, right, you've got your end, no pressure now,
One of Glenn's great strengths as a captain for me is that he's got great trust in his players. So, you know, all our bowlers set their own field and make their own decisions. Glenn will support that, and if he feels something's got to be done, he'll do something about it. But, you know, because he respects and trusts the players, keeps things pretty simple, they love him for it, and quite rightly so. And this was another incident, I think, where Simon might have had a word. Glenn will tell you exactly that he might fancy a go. Glenn's got to decide whether that's the right thing to do. Switched it round, and I say the rest really was history. But it was a massive part of the game.
Luckily, I got an LBW first ball from that other end, and that sort of set things in motion. And then there was Irvine just after tea as well, who was play a crucial wicket because he can bat. I remember one of the best balls I bowled on the day was one to Mascarenas, who came forward to one that just bounced and spun, and I think it was Hawks who took the catch, and Briggs' wicket as well. It was a good, decent enough ball, and he took the edge of the bat, and it just all kept happening for me. It was just one of them days where it just happened for me, because at the other end, Keys was getting it past Mackenzie's bat more or less every other ball, and Keys just couldn't get the edge, and I was just fortunate that I was getting the edge of the bat.
The speed at which his arm was coming over, and the pace at which the ball was coming down and fizzing off the pitch, it just suddenly felt right. You know, you could see the batsman really under pressure. You just felt like something was going to happen, and when it did, it was going to happen quick. And the way he bowled was fantastic. He just put the ball consistently in a fantastic area. I mean, I would hate to have faced that. Really would have hated to have faced that. And then, I mean, I've never seen scenes like it. I think there were 10 catches around the bat at one point. I was stood there, you know, trying to, are there anybody else? We're going to start, you know, roping people in from the boundary, you know, sat there in the deck chairs and put them in to try and catch these balls. So when we had them 9 down, I thought we had the game won. I relaxed. And then as the clock kept ticking, I thought, God, they're going to see this out. I mean, you know, Tomo can't hold a bat, and he's somehow, you know, keeping out, you know, two world-class spinners who, you know, bowling as well as I've ever seen spinners bowl. And he looked like he was playing it, you know, as if he was a seasoned, you know, Indian professional.
Mackenzie and Tomlinson put a great partnership together. You know, I think when Tomlinson first came out, he must have dropped 3 or 4 balls just short of all the fielders around the bat, and we're thinking this isn't going to last that long.
Tomlinson started playing it really well, and I think in the end he ended up facing 60, 70 balls. And it came down to it that the last 5-10 minutes that we thought we need this wicket, and everyone's getting really anxious.
It was actually a good laugh, to be honest. You got all your mates round you, 9 people. You're trying to get a wicket. So I've never seen a field like that apart from under 11s, and no, it was brilliant. Hampshire, to be fair, tried the best. Kegsy just bowled like a genius, so it was hard on that wicket. It was spinning, and we'd obviously prepared the wicket to do that in the later stage of the game, which worked to our benefit.
We were getting desperate. We were running between the overs, trying to get as many as we could. And things were definitely getting to the point where, how are we going to lose this or not win it even? But we knew as well, if we didn't win that game, then pretty much the championship was gone after the week before at Worcester.
When I came into bowl the first ball of my last over, I had this genius plan in my mind that I was going to bowl what looked like a Chinaman to him, but it was going to be a googly, so he'd think it's spinning in and it'd spin away and it'd take the edge of the bat and we'd run off celebrating. And it turned out that it came out as a head-high beamer that she pulled for 4, and it took a couple of minutes off the time because we had to go and get the ball. So then Chappie, I could feel all the lads scowling at me and saying what, and especially Crossy behind the stumps, never shy of a word. And Chappie chucked me the ball and he said, "You've got 8 wickets. Just do what you've been doing. Stop trying to do fancy stuff." So I thought, best not do that again.
And I remember Kegsy, we were chatting the slips with Crossy keeping, obviously me and Hawks in there, and we were chatting together saying, we're going to get a nick, we're going to get a nick. And, you know, we're looking at the clock every now and then, you know, a couple of minutes to go, and like, I could picture it clearly in my mind now still. I remember Kegsy running up, bit of loop on the ball. And Mackenzie, for once, just pushed it one. He hadn't pushed it one all day, and he just pushed at it, and I remember just catching it outside, and it just stuck in me. It went in beautifully, like couldn't have gone any better. And I remember just running off somewhere and celebrating, and then all of a sudden the lads converged. We had a solid team huddled in the middle of the pitch, but you know, it was just, you look back on the season, and you know, it's a great moment for obviously Kegsy getting 9 for, and for me to take that catch, and you know, it was just a great win. to come from the week before against Worcester and then to win that fashion against Hampshire, it was just a very good win.
When Smudge got that catch, it was almost like the Warwickshire game again. I ran off like a madman, and I think I gave it the Lancashire one-hand celebration, and then got jumped. I ran over to Tom, and then we all got jumped on, and it was. And then we had a mini pitch invasion, and walking off after the game, it was a really special moment because it was me walking off, and I was thinking I'm not going to do this again, so I enjoy it and just remember every minute of it.
Still remember running off, celebrating, where I looked, what I did, and the lads all climbing all over and jumping around. I can remember it just very, very clearly, and just the feeling was just great. Walking to the change rooms after, high fives and singing the team song was great. I
went straight for a beer, and then I was reminded that we had to get on the coach tomorrow to go to Somerset. And it all happened pretty quick. Like from when we won at Liverpool, we went on the coach at 9 o'clock in the morning to Somerset, and then we were fielding that first day at Somerset. And then obviously that game went from there, and then the celebrations after that. So it felt like a 3-week period of non-stop sort of thing.
It was just a great spell. I mean, over time you see great spells. Some result in wickets. Sometimes they don't always result in wickets like that, and this one did.
So, thanks to that extraordinary spell of bowling in what was just Simon Kerrigan's 3rd appearance of the season, Lancashire knew that going into the last game of a brilliant, thrilling and emotional summer, they had to overhaul Warwickshire's 3-point advantage. The TV cameras and the majority of national interest are now focused on the Rose Bowl, while Lancashire headed to Taunton, a place that was soon to become so memorable for all Lancastrians. But for the first 3 days, it didn't look as though it was going to be that way.
To be honest, when we saw the wicket, we knew it was going to be hard work. So in the back of our minds, we're thinking that Hampshire were going to have to do us a favour against Warwickshire, but we said we can just control our own game. They weren't really playing for anything. Somerset were just playing really to not let us win the league. So we knew if we put him under pressure, we could cause an upset down there.
Somerset was interesting because I felt on the first day they had the chance to bury us. They were in a fantastically strong position. Hildreth and Butler were batting fluently, scoring runs pretty much at ease. And if they got 450, anything past 400, but 450, 500, which what it looked like they were on for, we couldn't win that game. There was no chance of winning it. But then they changed. I mean, to be fair to Simon and Gary, they bowled fantastically again. I mean, just epitomised top class spin bowling. And Hildreth and Butler changed the way they played. It looked like they'd had a conversation, or they decided that they weren't worried then about scoring runs. And that was a key turning point for us, because we wrestled control back in that evening session down at Taunton.
It was like testament to our bowlers how we went about our business and our fielding. We kept Somerset pretty well tied down, and that might have been due to the fact that they were sort of desperate for us not to win it as well.
380 on tough wicket, you think that's difficult as an opening batsman. But when we went into bat, Paul and I felt 380 was subpar. We felt that they'd let us back into the game. We felt that we had some kind of impetus we could take. 380 on face value seems like a lot of runs, but at Taunton, on a flat track, on a quick outfield, it's not a lot. We knew we could make those runs up if we needed to. The key was to get a base. Once again, that's what Paul and I have to do when we go out and bat for Lancashire. We have to go out there and give the team something to work with. Some days we'll go on and get big runs ourselves. Some days we just have to get through tough periods. That's the job of an opening batsman. At Taunton, you have the opportunity to go on and score big runs because of the pitch, because of the outfield. So we knew that we just needed to get to 400 in 100 overs if we could, or 110 overs. And if we could do that, then we could chase the game. We knew those bonus points could mean the difference, especially if results went slightly differently. Draws became a factor, and the way we went out and batted again with confidence was the way we sort of said we were going to play all season. And watching, you know, the guys bat, especially down the order, Glenn, you know, Carl Hogg once again, who chipped in all season with great, you know, innings here and there. It was incredibly tense. And then Simon came in and played a little cameo innings at the end. All those things highlighted, I think no one scored 100, everyone scored double figures. You know, that was us putting our mark down as a team, showing that if we're going to win this, like we have all season, we're going to do it as a team. And that probably epitomised that. We knew what our target was, and everybody in that change room was focused and ready to do whatever they could to get us there.
Yeah, I got runs, which is a bit of a rare occurrence, and I'm sure there's a lot of happy people for that. I was batting with Keeds at the time, and me and Keeds said that there's no point us sort of hanging around. We just need to try and get as much of a lead as possible and then get bowling at them. And I was pretty fortunate that I got a few away. I was due anyway, because I think I was averaging 5 before like my championship career, so I was pretty grateful for the little average boost. But yeah, we got a good lead in the end, and I remember getting before we got that lead, when I was next into bat when we were trying to get up to 400, which could have been a crucial point if Warwickshire didn't get their extra bonus point, and I was next in, and I was pacing about the change rooms. I was grateful for Huggy and Chappie getting us to the 400 mark.
The first day didn't go right, the second day did. Third day, fourth day was the best.
But honestly, I just thought we were going to bowl them out and, you know, we'd win the game pretty straightforward, and then knock off, if they made us follow on, knock off whatever, and then just hope what happened at Hampshire and Warwickshire, you know, maybe there was a miracle going to happen or maybe not, but we just wanted to win our game and forget about what was going on at the Rose Bowl. And then, you know, we couldn't get them out. Traego and Kartik played really well. Traego got 100, and I just didn't think we were going to get either of them out. And then there was people in the crowd behind me shouting, saying, you know, Hampshire's still batting, they're going well. So I thought, oh, we're going to end up drawing and they'll draw. There's a lot of Somerset fans saying, you know, we'd messed it up, shouting at me. And then obviously a lot of Lancashire fans saying, come on, get them out and, you know, we'll win the game, and Hampshire are doing us a favour. They're different, aren't they, in Somerset? They're a bit different to northern people, so I couldn't really understand them. But, you know, a lot of the Lancashire fans, they were definitely behind us. But the main thing for us was to get those last few wickets. And, you know, as we know, with a wicket at Taunton, when 2 batters get in, it's very hard to get them out.
I was watching that with Gary Yates, Mike Watkinson. We were up in the box behind the arm, and we're all sort of sitting. I think the chairman might have even been in there as well, because the dressing room's square on. So the lads went in, so we'd gone to get a better view. I was just in there, and we're all being very calm about it. It was okay, but I think everybody knew in the dressing room, in our box there, that really we probably had half an hour ish or something like that to basically get this wicket. If we didn't, it was going to be too difficult to get over the line, and Somerset could have shut us down. That was, you know, Keeds has been building up his whole career for that moment of magic, and, you know, they picked the wrong person to run to.
I was bowling, and I think it was Hussain hit it out to point, and they had a little bit yes-no, and then Keeds picks it up one-handed and flings the stumps down. It was never missing. I was right behind it, and it was never missing. And then it was us running off, celebrating, which is probably what I remember most about all our season, is our celebrations from when we get a wicket or we do something like Keeds did.
I stood at cover. Gary Keedy was stood at backward point, and at this point I was quite nervous, because I was looking at the clock and I thought, if these guys bat for another half an hour, we can't chase this. There's just not enough time left in the day. And he hit the ball into the covers, and I thought it was coming to me, so I came running in, and I just saw this flash of Gary Key. I've never seen him move so fast in his life. He just came in front of me, picked the ball up and threw it, and I stood pretty much exactly, you know, on the line from where he was throwing to where the stumps. And as soon as he let it go, I could see it was hitting the stumps. So I just carried on running. I just started running towards the change room, because I knew that I was batting and that we had a target of 211 to win.
And as he hit the stumps, our box just went berserk. It went absolutely mad. as did the players in the field, because what we knew now, we had a chance. We had a chance to win it, and it was going to be in our hands. And obviously, by this stage, the Warwickshire-Hampshire game was unfolding, and that was looking like it was going to be a draw. And suddenly, it was on. It was real. After 6 months, or you take the 5 months building up to it, 11 months of hard work. Here you are. We were going to get a chance to have a run chase to win the championship after 77 years. So, brilliant feeling for me. And that when the lads get back in the dressing room and you find yourself in there, and there's this excitement that over the next 2 hours our destiny is going to be sort of shaped, and the way Paul Horton and Steve Moore went about it really set the tone.
I tell you what, I've spent a lot of my career opening the batting in all forms, and that is a day where opening the batting was an absolute godsend, because I could not have sat in the change room watching other guys do it, because when I came off I was dribbling wreck. I was calm as a whistle out there. I didn't worry at all. I knew how to bat. I knew how to try and get as many runs as I could in the shortest space of time as I could. I wasn't nervous. I wasn't worried. I didn't feel any pressure. When I came off the field, God, that was the longest hour of my life. That. But Paul and I just said again, look, we've done a good job. We've given ourselves a chance here. Let's have some fun. And we knew that Somerset's focus on that game was to stop us winning, and they'd been doing that since the second day. Their focus had gone. They'd stopped trying to win the game. Their focus was trying to stop us from winning, and because of that, we felt that we had a great chance again. If we could just, enjoy ourselves out there and play the way we've been playing the last few weeks together as an opening partnership.
And everybody gets themselves in set positions, and nobody wants to move. So nobody did move, and if you did move, you got told off. At one point, one of the commercial guys from Somerset came in. It was getting closer to where it looked like we were going to win, and basically saying, well, if you win, what would you like? Would you like some beer? Which he got absolutely thrown out of the dressing room because the lads thought it was tempting fate. I think it was Luke Proctor was probably the unluckiest, because I think he might have been in the toilet and they made him stay in there, I think. So I'm thinking, wherever you are, it's like most things. It just helps keep people focused. But a great time to look back on for me. And that the dressing room for me was nice. It was relaxed, actually, in a very tight situation. It was very focused, very relaxed. And it got nerves, yes, but very much under control. And I think that's something the lads will look back on and draw something from for future times when they get in those tight situations.
When we got into the change rooms, all the lads was just trying to look on the phones and to get on the cricket scores on. And Mosey said, just focus on this game. We need to get the runs. But I remember when we were chasing runs down, that lads were just having a little sneaky look on the phone. There's little whispers going around at the score.
I think it was a mixture of emotions, really, in the changing rooms. I think people handled it in different ways. A couple of the lads were just pacing up and down, and Hoggy was just on his iPod, didn't really want to watch too much. And I think Procky was locked himself in the toilet at one point. So, I think people handled it in different ways. Some of the lads just sat there from ball one right to the end and watched everything, really. But all in all, I think everyone was positive because we knew we had that chance of winning the championship.
I think I was the one who thought, where's Procky? What happens if he has to bat? And the lads, I think it was Saj, said, oh, he's on the toilet. What's he doing there? And he's not allowed to move because we've not lost a wicket, and Maury and Hawks were going so well. So Procky was stuck on the toilet, and Hoggy said, I can't watch it. So he went into the change rooms and got his iPod on and listened to songs. And he said, I don't want to know what's happening. I just want to relax. And Keeds was playing Angry Birds on his phone, and he wouldn't look up. And I was sat with my head out into the sun, and I didn't have a cap on. I was told that I weren't allowed to move, and so I was getting a bit burnt. And the lads were chucking us. I think there was loads of waters at the side of us, and I think we must have gone through 10 waters each all that time.
Well, I didn't see a ball, to be honest. I was just laid down where I was changing and put my iPod in and just, listen to some music. And I was just thinking, 2 hours, it'll all be over. We've won or lost it. And, thankfully, every now and then you'd hear some of the lads clapping in the change room, which meant, we'd not lost a wicket. And then Brownie went in, I think, after probably about an hour. So obviously, we'd lost the first wicket. But the way Maury and Hort set the game up, it was, looking back, everything just worked out perfect.
I had a figure in my head. I knew what I needed to do in order to get us over the line. But it was vital that we got ahead of the rate. Chasing a game when it comes down to the wire and you're needing 10, 12 and over, it's very tough. You don't chase those. So I wanted to get it down to run a ball. When I got out, I just paced around the change room for about 15 minutes, still in my pads. I don't think I took my helmet off. I'm not quite sure what happened, but I couldn't watch. I just didn't want to hear a death rattle or a cheer from the Somerset crowd or anything. So I think after about 15 minutes, I calmed down enough that I could actually get my pads off and take my helmet off and sit there. And then I was actually pretty calm because I looked at the scoreboard, Paul and I sat there, and I remember Paul turning around to myself and to one or two of the other guys sat there and saying that we've scored 130 runs or something in 17 overs. The current equation at that point was something like 70 or 13 or thereabouts. So we needed to score half the amount of runs we'd scored in the previous 13 in our second. And he just said, I think he said something along the lines, if we don't win this, I'm going to punch someone. But at that point, I looked at it and I thought, I knew our team. I knew the depth that we had in our team. I knew that we'd faced pressure situations before. And at that point, I felt we were going to win it.
I went out there, I was a little bit nervous, but I thought Paul Horton and Stephen Moore laid a great foundation and took all the pressure off, really. When me and Carl went to the crease, Carl was relatively new to the crease as well, where I thought that was the only danger, really, with two of us just walking fresh to the crease.
When I was walking out, I was quite pleased because I can tell you that it was a lot harder just watching from the dressing room. I really felt a lot more comfortable when I got out there and I could do something about it.
We try to stay relaxed and as you all know, Taunton's a very quick scoring ground. It's quite easy to reach your boundaries if you keep it on the deck sometimes. And yeah, we just seemed to stay relaxed and it came for us at the end, but it was a massive relief. There was, I think, about 20-25 minutes ago where we heard all Lancashire fans cheer, so we thought they've got the draw down at Hampshire. So that was a massive relief then, and from then on in it was a massive sort of sigh of relief and sort of unbelievable that we're actually going to win the championship here, and to hit the winning runs personally was very special for me, and to be out there with Carl as well, where we both come through the academy together, was a very special moment.
I think when we could hear all the fans start singing champions, we still had about 30-40 runs to get, but I felt that even if me and Crofty got out, we could still do it. We still had a lot of good players to come in, and at that point it sort of we sort of realised that we were going to do it.
I was just thinking, let's get these runs, get in the changing room and just start celebrating. It was just unbelievable day, and the one that will stay with me and probably the lads forever.
It's something that I wanted to do from a very young age, and to be out there with Crofty made it even better.
To hit the winning runs was unbelievable, really. I didn't think much of it at the time, but then people say that then Croft hit the winning runs, and it makes it special. But yeah, it was a really good team effort. I think anyone could have hit the winning runs, but yeah, after 77 years, it was nice to actually be out there and score the winning run.
To be honest, I was just over the moon that we won. I did say to him as we spoke at the end of the over, I said, you can block these 6 balls out if you want and I'll hit the winning runs, but we just had a laugh about it, and I think we were just relieved to get over the line.
I was lying down and I wanted to get up when I said to, I think, Sadjo, saying, tell me when we need 10 to win, I can watch us get 10 runs, and he was like, no, stay down, make sure we win first. And then I think we needed 2 or 3, and then we just ran to the bottom just waiting for us, to get the runs. Then Crofty at a 4 and we just charged on the pitch, really. Didn't see a ball, but first to run on.
There was a bit of confusion at first because I think the over before there was a run that we got, which then was given a dead ball. So then the scoreboard didn't update. So on the pictures from the TV, you can see we're all stood there and it looks like we're a bit in shock that we've won. But then it's actually we didn't think we thought we needed one more run to win. But then once everyone calmed down and actually realised what was happening, we weren't calm after that. We were jumping up and down, and then it was great. It's great feeling running onto the pitch and celebrating with the lads and all the fans that came on. It felt like there was 20,000 there with us, but looking back on it, it's probably 500-600, but it's great. It's a great feeling.
Can't really describe in words, but it was just unbelievable just to be out there with mates, and just that afternoon in Taunton, and that night sort of was probably stay with me forever. It will do, and I think it was just a bunch of people, even all the staff. We've all been a really tight group this year, and it was just unbelievable just all the hard work and all the effort got in from everyone in the squad, everyone in the backroom staff, and all the coaching staff. It was just brilliant, and you just can't really explain how much of a relief. It was just unbelievable. In the changing rooms, the celebrations were brilliant after the game. It was just, no one could believe it really. It only just sunk in probably 2 weeks after, but in the changing rooms afterwards, it was just unbelievable. There was champagne, beer and vodka flying everywhere, and just everyone happy, just hugging each other and just playing some songs, and it was a brilliant night. And then we got together as a team later at night, which was good, and just a really relieved, relaxed feeling that we've gone out there and done it.
Lancashire had done it. 1934 and indeed 1950 were distant memories. It was now all about the team of 2011. They had showed skill, patience, character and an extraordinary team ethic to take the title by 11 points. Few will ever get fed up taking a look at this table. 10 wins were more than anyone else, and the 246 points they accrued would have been enough to win many a title. So that was that. 2011 will forever be remembered by the cricket lovers of Lancashire. It was a season that had just about everything. Soon we shall see what the summer of 2012 holds. But this year was without doubt the most incredible, magical season. Goodbye.
One, if it has stopped entirely, how long it would take the ground staff to get the ground ready for play, and secondly, when they've had a quick look at their meter reading there, whether or not the light is good enough. So it's a brief chat. It's the best bit of encouraging signs we've seen for an hour or two, in fact perhaps even longer than that. We had the lunch taken at 12:30, and there was a planned inspection for 1 that didn't happen because it was raining, and we're now at 20 past 2, and this is about the first little bit we've seen from the umpires, because that's the first opportunity they've had to get out there with the kind of very light drizzle falling for most of the morning. So at least that's a little encouraging that they've taken a wander out to the middle. It's not been incessant rain, it's just been this light drizzle really that we've had for the last hour or two. But hopefully if it does stay dry and if it is light enough, we might get to see something. They are playing a little further away down in Leicester. They've been on there at Leicester, so that's not a million miles away, and they're still playing at Grace Road. So just down the M1 in Leicester they're playing. So that's good. It's dry enough and bright enough just a few miles away to see some cricket. So let's hope that this conversation that's currently taking place out in the middle between the umpires and the ground staff is an encouraging one. But I think what they'll be discussing one is, if it has stopped, how long does it take to get it ready to play, and secondly, is the light good enough? And they will have that reading which they took last night. They went off for bad light last night, and that is the reading that they will use for the remainder of the game. But encouraging. It's not any imminent chance of a restart or getting day 2 underway. Not by any stretch of the imagination. We're still, if we're going to see anything, we're still, I think, a decent way off from that potential start today. But the umpires and ground staff having that conversation. Let's hope we see the covers coming off, and if it's dry enough to do that, of course, and let's hope that the light is okay as well. But we'll keep you posted, and still we wait for further confirmation. But it's a brief little venture out for the umpires. It's obviously at least dry enough to do that, and crucially, not an umbrella in sight, which is excellent news. So fingers crossed. If we hear anything else with regards to further inspections or official inspections, and then potential talk about restarts, then we will let you know. But still a delayed start here at Trent Bridge, but for the first time really all day, we've seen a little bit of encouragement from the umpires and from the ground staff. Well, we've seen the umpires and the ground staff meet out in the middle. They've had their little chat. They've had a little meter reading as well, but I'm afraid the covers, as you can see on the screen there, remain firmly in place for the time being, which isn't encouraging, I'm afraid. But we'll keep you posted should we have any further updates. But it was the first sign of the umpires for the day, so we got ourselves all excited and the prospect of seeing them. But they've gone back into their dressing room. So no play as it stands anytime soon, and no further updates with regards to future inspections. So we'll try and keep you entertained. We've already had one of the Lancashire legends. We've got a few to play for you throughout the course of the Bob Willis Trophy games. A little earlier on, we heard from Glenn Chapple in conversation with Warren Hegg. Now it's the turn of the legendary David Bumble Lloyd chatting to Warren Hegg.
Welcome to the latest edition of Chatting to a Lancashire Legend. When mentioning Lancashire Legends, I think it was inevitable that the next guest was going to be part of the series. We pinned him down in between helping charity, promoting very worthy causes on social media, and spending a bit of time in his potting shed. Ladies and gentlemen, start the car. Delighted to welcome massive friend of the club, David Bumble Lloyd. Bumble, how you doing, pal?
Well, we're managing, we're surviving. We're just wondering whether there's light at the end of the tunnel. These rumours about there's going to be cricket. Is there going to be cricket? When is there going to be cricket? And so we're just waiting sort of daily for what is it, that update from that fella that runs the job, and just to tell us what's what. So the weather's been absolutely gorgeous, and it's sod's law. If it's a massive if we do get back to cricket, it'll obviously be pouring down.
Absolutely. And you know what? The lads we've spoken to over the last eight weeks or so have said it is sod's law that it's beautiful out there. I think it's about 24 degrees. I've never known a summer where we've had a start like this.
No, it's been absolutely fantastic throughout April and May. And when you think back, sort of January, February, March, it was like a bog. And so the groundsmen, the ground staff, they'll be absolutely raring to go. They should have good pitches if we get back on.
But we're 8 weeks into this isolation now, Bumble. You know, you're like me. I've hardly been out. I've not been out much. Managed to get a bit of golfing. Over these 8 weeks, have you learned any new skills? Or have you got any new hobbies that you can share with us?
Well, I like a bit of DIY, right. And we've been decorating, and I enjoy it actually. I like the challenge of decorating and sort of wallpapering. How do you actually get around the corner, and then getting? If I'm doing anything, I've got to have the proper tackle. If I'm out in the garden, I want stuff that like got good engines. I want a petrol that'll do this and do that. Yeah. And I'm the same like with decorating it. And so to get up into the big bits, I've got a long pole. You get them off the internet with an attachment on the end, which takes a paintbrush, and the paintbrush is angled, so you just go along the top, and you don't need any masking tape or anything. You just go all the way along the top and go back. You've got to be a bit patient with it, but it works. So that does the top bit up to the ceiling, and so if we're emulsioning, put 2 or 3 coats on, and then wallpapering, which we've damn near done the house. I've got the little lav downstairs. We've decided we're going to do the little lav downstairs. We're going to change that, but it's only 2 rolls, is that?
So that's a player, a captain, a coach, an umpire, an international manager, media work, and now a decorator as well. Is there any end to these talents or what?
Well, I love gardening. Wait till we get onto the greenhouse. And you mentioned my shed. I mean, we lived at a house. We moved around a little bit, but when I were in Cheadle, 1, 2, 3, 4. We had 5 sheds. I had 5 sheds in Cheadle. Here, I've only got 2. But and I've got a greenhouse here, which I like my greenhouse. And one of my lads, he's a gardener, he's a cracking lad, Stephen, and he's a self-employed gardener, and he grows everything from seed, from tiny. I think that's a wonderful thing to do. And we get trays full of stuff, flowers, and you bring them on, pot them up. Then they go out, and they're absolutely gorgeous. So I like that aspect of gardening. And compost. I'm a big one for compost. I love a bit of good compost.
You're a Lancashire lad. Every Lancashire lad loves compost.
Yeah, I love compost. I reckon I could have got, that last of the summer wine, I could have got a part in that.
There's no doubt about it. You'd have been perfect on that.
But my wife Diana's always saying, smarten yourself up, for goodness sake. I'm all right. What's up with you?
I think you look the part in that potting shed when you're coming in and out of that potting shed. I think you look the part. What was he called? That bloke in Last of the Summer Wine?
Compo. Yeah. Everybody knows it. It's like the naughty step as well. You've got to go in there if you've been a bit naughty.
I can imagine Diana getting that one onto you. Get in that shed for half an hour. You're doing me head in.
I'll tell you one of my best mates. He's moved out the area, which is a bit sad, and he's gone down to Sidmouth.
Right.
Very, very, very thirsty he was. Very, very thirsty. And this Christmas time, this is about the shed. At Christmas time, they've got the kids, grandchildren, and he's nipped out. He's nipped out the pub. And Grandma says, Grandad will be home soon. He won't be very long. Oh, here he comes. The taxi's drawing up now. The back door opened. He fell out, banged his head on the pavement. And she said, right, get in the shed. And he was in there for 4 hours with a garden gnome. And he thought this garden gnome were real. He started talking to it. Where's Grandad? Oh, he's with the gnome. In the shed. 4 hours he were in.
No wonder he's moved down to Sidmouth.
It's Sidmouth. He's got a card shop in Sidmouth, a greeting card shop. Yeah.
You know what? We better talk about some cricket because we can talk about an hour. We won't touch on cricket. Right. You're synonymous with the Red Rose, and you played in some fantastic eras. Probably one of the stellar eras of Lancashire cricket. In the 60s, in the 70s. Tell us what it was like being around Old Trafford, being a Lancashire player at that time, and with the characters, obviously, that you played with.
Well, the place changes, and when you look at it now, Emirates Old Trafford is now, without argument, a world-class venue. It stands up there with all the great cricket grounds. Of course, it's got all the nostalgia. It's got all the history going back through the ages with the club, all the great players that have played there. But when you turned up as a lad, and you will know this, every player will know what I mean when I say this, that every winter you're away and you turn up, maybe April 1st, something like that, it's just the smell of the place. It's just the smell of the dressing rooms. And then there's somebody like oiling a batter, doing a bit of whitewashing in the pads and so on. It's the smell, it's the getting ready. It's the camaraderie. It's the friendships that you make. And make no mistake that you and I know there's flaming heartaches as well. There's real tough times. You get through your tough times because of your teammates. You're like a band of brothers. And so in your formative years as a lad, just as a teenager, they knock you into shape. Your senior players knock you into shape. And you revere these fellas, and you've got great respect for them, because the other thing, and I can talk about Brian Statham's my first captain, and he wasn't a demonstrative chap, very thirsty chap, liked a gin. He liked a glass of gin, didn't Skipper? But Jeff Puller was like England opening left-handed batsman. Now Jeff Puller would know. Here's this likely lad from Accrington. Jeff Puller would know that this lad, he'll get my job eventually. Yeah. But he helps you along the way. He shows you the ropes. Yeah. And if you step out of line, you get a clip round the ear. Yeah. And it's a hand-me-down, is that? I know that it's a hand-me-down. My lad who played, and you play with him, he said exactly the same about Fowler and Allen. He said he used to knock him down and he didn't like them. But they just help with your formative years of being handed down, like you behave yourself here. We've got a tradition. And that tradition, of course, is the Red Rose.
Absolutely. Bang on what you say there. And that smell of coming back to Old Trafford, it stays with me forever. It stays with me forever, and I work there. But you mentioned being respected and being revered as a senior player, and we had someone on the Legends chat a couple of weeks ago, Yozza, who, when we were young kids, he was revered. You played with him.
Yeah.
Now I love him to pieces. I love him to pieces. I love his company. We giggle and we go through old times, but I know exactly where you're coming from with yours.
Yeah, well, a great mate. I mean, a terrific lad. And again, like, I was bowling not very well left arm spin. That's what got me on the staff. And then David Hughes came and he was better than me, so he took over that side of things. And of course, Simmons and Hughes were the spin twins at Lancs. And they won't mind me saying that they didn't spin many. They went. I was in the game with Yozza. I was in the game at leg slip. Just the one that drifts on a bit. But they were brilliant blokes. And David Hughes eventually became captain of the club, and he moved from a number 8, number 9 to a number 4, number 5. He became a manager of the club or coach of the club. And he reminds me so much of Paul Allett, an organiser. Loves organising stuff. He wants to get involved. Yeah. And Allett's just the same. And they both be the same. The pair of them, the bark's worse than the bite. They'll bark a bit, but, you know, just calm yourself down, lad. Calm yourself down.
But that era, Bumble, that late 60s, early 70s era with that team that you were in must have been a real special time to be around Lancashire cricket, and obviously headed and captained by Bondi. What your memories of Jack?
Yeah, well, Jack, he was a wonderful man manager. He'd sort of hung on by the skin of his teeth as a player at the club, and Brian Statham retired and they needed a new captain. They looked everywhere. They tried everywhere. And eventually, we'll give it to Jack. But don't forget, we had, your committee would be 12 blokes. And, you know, I think they've probably all gone now, but these were blokes who were just on business down in Manchester. And they were salt of the earth lads. But they were known as the sharp end. The committee's the sharp end. Because if you were lucky, you got a 2-year contract. And these blokes were deciding who gets a 2-year contract. And they were blokes who worked down in the city. They were industrialists. They were brewers. And they decide who'd sort of get a contract. So we were always a little bit wary of that end. Yeah. Not more so than Peter Lever. Peter Lever, fantastic bowler for England and Lancs. And he was our shop steward. And
imagine that.
He was like Arthur Scargill. It really was. We had, at a time, we had 3 of them. And our captain, I'm like Piggy in the middle here and scratching my head and thinking, crikey, what we're going to do here? There were Pete Lever, Barry Wood and Frank Hayes. And they were, well, we're going to go on strike. And they were like at the miners and so on. But they were great times. We learned a lot. We had a lot of fun. You mentioned the team. And Jack Bond, he formed a team. Jack, he just so unselfish. And he formed the team. And if we were in the, he'd get up there. He'd sort of sort it out at 4 or 5. But if we were sailing, if we're absolutely on time, he'd go down at number 9 out of the way. So he was a wonderful man, a great mentor to all of us, every one of them. You won't, in cricket, you'll always think, you know, he's a good bloke, but you never get a but with Jack Bond, never. Oh. He was a great fella.
That's lovely to hear, and I look at that team, and one person, you know, 2 overseas players at the time, you know, not just great players, but top ambassadors of our club, even to this day.
Yeah, both of them, Farouk Engineer and Clive Lloyd. It's funny that we're chatting away here. Radio Northampton, this week, Radio Northampton, they were looking for sporting events. 1976 Gillette Cup final, Northampton versus Lancashire. Now, we've been 6 in 7 years down to Lloyd's for the final.
Wow.
And I'm captain of this year. Yeah, that's it. We won in 75. We're playing Northampton, and they're doing a thing on Radio Northampton. They got Pete Willie on and a couple of other guys. And they're building this up, that Lancashire, raging favourites, the greatest one-day team. 1976, we were on the turn. We were just the wrong side.
Yeah.
The sell-by date, and we'd just gone. And so I've done my research on this game. Clive's not playing. He's on West Indies tour duty. So we know Clive.
Wow.
Farouk, who you've just mentioned, he comes to me, he says, in the final, I will open the batting. Well, hang on a bit. I said, well, I open, usually. No, he said, I will open the batting against Dr. Dye, the Queen of Seam. They had a bloke called John Dye, and he had a full Bobby Charlton. He used to flop all over.
Big comb over.
That's it, a real massive comb over, which used to flop in the wind. And he had the longest run you've ever seen, and he was one of the slowest left-arm seamers. Farouk says, I want to open the batting. I will lift this man. I said, what do you mean you'll lift it? I will lift him. I'll lift him into the pavilion. So we decide a cunning plan. It was like Baldrick this. Farouk's opening, I'll go 5. I'll go down at 5. Because tactically, they got Beddy.
Yeah.
They got Beddy, so I'll look after Beddy. Right. Farouk, he's back in the shed after about 3 overs. And he come out with some expletive, which I won't do, about Dr. Dye, Queen of Seam. I said, what happened there then? He said, he bowled when I wasn't ready. He's not ready. He's run about 40 yards. He said, I wasn't ready. And he bowled him through his legs. And they won the game. So Northampton, they're saying that raging the favourites about this game are the greatest thing. I looked at their side. We've no Clive. They've got 3 world-class overseas players. 3 world-class. Sarfraz Nawaz, opening bowler for Pakistan. Bisham Bedi, one of the greatest spin bowlers that's ever lived. And one of the best batsmen, captain, and Mushtaq Mohammed at number 3.
Wow.
They've got Peter Willie, they've got David Steele, they've got Roy Virgin, they've got a fantastic side. And they're telling me that, we've done damn well to get to the final. Never mind. Anyway, they beat us anyway.
But you had some great days there with that team. Like you say, you were there 6 in 7 years. Lords must have been like a second home to Old Trafford at that time to you.
I mean, you as a team, when you lads were playing together, you'd have your little quirks. And with being 6 in 7, and Jack started it, Bondi started it, that we stayed at the hotel just on Edgware Road, and it's only 200 yards away, a couple hundred yards, called the Clarendon Court, it was called.
Yeah.
And so we all had Lancashire blazers. You've all got your Lancashire blazer. And Jack had have us say 9 o'clock in reception, 9 o'clock. Right, we're off to the ground. And we would walk to the ground because all the kit were there the day before. And we would walk through the Grace Gates as the crowd were developing, as a team, as a unit. Really? Here they go. And you could tell the buzz down that, what is it, Finchley Road, wherever it is. You could tell the buzz, here comes the team. Here's the Lancashire team. And you just walk in, and there were no smiling or anything. You get your game head on. And I reckon that it's worth another man that, because the Oppo know exactly where you are. They're coming in through the Grace Gates, the team.
Incredible. You mentioned that era that we played in that 90s, that 90s team, and we were there virtually every year as well, and we did exactly the same as that. It must have been a tradition that had been passed on from years ago. Walk to the ground, and you know what, Bumble, now having finished and having done what we've done in our career, the feeling of walking through those great gates, it's hairs on the back of your neck kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Great players and the great games and the great history that's been on that ground.
Well, it's even. I mean, Lloyd's is obviously a special place, but come back to Emirates Old Trafford, and one of my best mates is Albert, and he's given me, whether he should or shouldn't, I can get in. I've got a pass.
Yeah.
And I don't outstay me welcome, but every now and again, I'll go in the changing room. Just go in. And you pick your time. You know, you pick your time when they're out in the field, or when it's not kicking off. I mean, if it's kicking off, they can kick off on their own. We've all kicked off. So you pick your time, and there's something, like you said, hairs on the back of your head, and you look round at the present day players. I look at Alex Davies, and I look at young Jonesy, and I look at Liam Livingston. I look at Tom Bailey, Graham Onions, elder statesman, and think, crikey, Joe, playing here, you lucky lads. It's a great place. It is. And then Chappie's there in the corner. And I've never gone in there and Chappie hasn't had a brew in his hand. I've never.
He wouldn't have made it. He wouldn't have made a brew. Someone else would have made it.
Well, Mark will have made it. Dressing room lad. Mark will have done it. So, and Rooster will be there. And with all your aches and pains, and he'll look at me and he said, "You should be put down, you. You've no muscles. Where's your muscles in your legs?" Yeah. So it's just a great time, and it's a brilliant time for these lads. And I've got to tell you about Livy. I mean, I love Livy. Livy and Little Alex Davis. He's a firecracker. The real firecracker, Alex.
Firecracker.
Yeah. So I walk in. And Livy's there, and it's a cracking day, fantastic pitch. So Livy says, "Hey," he says, "tell that lad of yours umpiring, tell that lad," he said, "if a ball pitches outside off stump and you're playing a shot and it hits you on the pad, you can't be out, LBW." So I went straight back at him. I said, "Do you mean to tell me, out there in the middle, you've been hit on the pad? I said, you should be able to play out there with no pads on." I said, "It don't go off the straight. What do you mean you've got hit on the pad? There's nobody move on off the straight for 3 years out there." I said, "Use your bat, lad," and walked out.
Livy would have been mentioning something under his breath. He'd have been coming back at you.
No, I wanted to come back with something. Of course he would. Of course he would.
The dressing room banter and talking of dressing rooms, Bumble. You weren't just a player, and you were coach at Lancashire. You know, you went back to your boyhood club, and you were gaffer, and then you moved on to greater things. Let's talk about your coaching career for a little while.
Yeah, well, I've done all my coaching badges when I was playing, so I've done all them at Lillishall, with the National Cricket Association. And I came out of that pretty well. And then Mickey Stewart were England coach. Right. And he used to ring up from time to time. And it's a sort of non-payment job that we'd like you to take the under-14s, under-15s. There's going to be a festival at Arundel School or in Oxford. We want you to just go down and report back and all that sort of thing. You're doing reports on individual players. And then I got more official with England schools, as there's a transition between the schools being in charge of it and it moving over to the National Cricket Association or Test and County Cricket Board. So you had a professional outlook on looking and assessing young players. And so the coaching was always along there. Then I got involved with England under-19s abroad. That was lively. We had some lively lads on there. Andrew Flintoff, Marcus Truscothick, Anthony McGrath, Vikram Solanki, Anurag Singh, cracking bunch of lads. Yeah. Alex Morris, he lost all his kit. He hadn't been there a week. Alex Morris from Yorkshire, went down to Hampshire. And his dad had a #1 hit. His dad was #1 in the hit parade, Alex Morris, his dad. And he was, his name will come to me, he won't call Morris, but his song were called "When Will You Be Mine?" And he was a one-hit wonder. Alex Morris's dad had a #1 in the hit parade hit, one-hit wonder, "When Will You Be Mine?" Lance Fortune.
No one in the world would know that, would they?
Lance Fortune, he's called. Or that was his stage name, Lance Fortune. So, and then to move into Lancashire was great. I had my own ideas. I'd had a good grounding, and I mean, you'll remember that I had all them notices around the wall. Pete Merron did them. Groundsman Pete Merron. I said, I want these, Pete. And like within a week, we had all these inspirational signs all around the ground. Now it either works or it don't work. It might only work for one. But if it works, it works. So we had different ideas, and I've always thought that in the way that I did the job anyway, I'm there to support the captain. I'm there to facilitate for the captain. Captain runs the show. I'll never forget, I were on the balcony, wrong way around, and Winker's captain. And I'm on the balcony. It's a tight match, is this? So it must have been a one-day game. And he's got to move. So I stood on the balcony, shouting to Winker, move him round a bit. You can imagine the volley that I got from the middle. Why don't you? And everybody on the ground heard it. So that was probably the only time. And I thought I was whispering to it, Winker. So you're there to facilitate for the captain, to organise, and if anybody wants anything, you're there. I'd expect at that level, at county level, they know how to hold a bat and how to hold a ball.
For sure.
And the way that I've always seen it is that players, teams police themselves. You know, they go to a mate. Have you noticed? You just do this, do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've always said that as well. When you get to that level, it's about working out for yourself and watching your peers. But Tumble, you must have done a good job, because you went one step further and you became England gaffer as well.
Yeah, that was good. I really enjoyed that. It was not the greatest time to be England coach, to be honest. Neither was it for Raymond Illingworth or Mickey Stewart or Keith Fletcher, because there was no money. You didn't have any money. And the players would see playing for England as the icing on the cake. I'm actually a county player. Oh, I've got picked for England. That's brilliant. Yeah. Whereas now they are England cricketers and they're paid accordingly. And, you know, if you played for England back in that time, you got your Lancashire salary and a bit on top. If you played for England, you got a top up. Yeah, and so from a coaching viewpoint, if we had a test match starting Thursday, the players, if you're lucky, would turn up on a Tuesday, and they'll have just finished playing around the county matches. And so you've got to look and manage their workload. You've got to manage a player's workload. So in 2000, central contracts came in, and you see, just look at Jimmy Anderson, and that is the beauty of central contracts. Jimmy Anderson, 37 years of age, fit as a fiddle. He gets an injury. I'm not talking about that. His general fitness and ready to rock. He is managed, carefully managed. And there'll be times when Jimmy will say, I want to play. I'm fit to play. I'm all right to it. But somebody will say, hang on. No. You're in the red zone. You back off. He's 37 years of age, and he can play easily till he's 40.
Absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely right. And as a gaffer, and as a Lancashire lad, and as an Accrington lad, you've always worn your heart on the sleeve, and you've got that fighting spirit inside you. And that occasion that we've giggled at before, when you've blown up at people, especially the Zimbabwe game. And I remember one episode in the dressing room at Sydney when you were the Ashes, and Alan Mullally's got a bit of a kick in. Can you remember that?
Yeah, it did. It was one of them Bose sound systems, and it was the nearest thing at the time.
I wondered if you remember that, because
definitely.
Brilliant. Just talk us through them days.
And I reckon that's the time when we're in the final of a tri-series. We've done brilliantly, and we are walking it, absolutely walking it. And somehow we lost. Somehow we just capitulated and lost. And I'm beside myself. And I finished up. I said, right, everyone, sit down, everyone. I said, when I'm at Lancashire, I've got Martin, Chapple, Austin, Akram, Yates. Look what I've got now. Look at what I've got now. But I mean, that's people will. If you played sport and you're in a changing room, that's it. And you must have been part of that when at Derby we played the last match of the game at the season at Derby. We're playing Derby, and no disrespect, we're playing Derby. And I hadn't noticed that we're fourth. And whatever happened in this game, we couldn't go third and we couldn't go fifth. We're stuck at fourth. And the lads, they've treated this like a party. And they're all gig. And anyway, we lose. Last game of the season.
We got stuffed, Bumble.
Got by Derbyshire. And we've got this star-studded outfit and we've been turned over. And I'll never forget it. Got them all sat down again. All the coffins. And you couldn't care less, none of you. I said, so this is him. I'll call myself Joe Muggins, but I call myself something else, Joe something else. I said, this is him. I've got to go in to that AGM November and explain that. I've got to explain that. Derby. Got beat by Derby.
You were crimson. I remember your face was crimson.
I said, oh, I'll see you. I'll see any of you till next April. And Diana had bought me a lovely check Gap shirt. Lovely. And I put it on, and I'm in front of the mirrors, everything's dead quiet, and I knew there's something happening, and I'm fastening my button, and just a thread, it just come off in my hand. The second button, just on a thread, come off in my hand. All the buttons went. So I thought, I'm not rising to this. I ain't rising. So I've got about 8 buttons in my hand, and I put them in my pocket, and there's somebody snipped my pockets and all. So all these buttons now bouncing on the floor. So I pick my buttons up and turn round looking in this mirror, and everybody's got the coffin lid up like that. And I could see it, everybody's laughing. I said, right, I'm on my way home. I said, this is random. There's just one of you, going to get 5 ton of quick drying cement outside your house by the time you get back. So I'm on my way home, and in my shirt that's wide open and no buttons, and I get this phone call with a muffled voice. You need to be looking in Didsbury. It turned out it were Atherton.
It was Atherton. It was Atherton.
Yeah. Nobody in a million years would think it were Atherton, but he were as bad as anybody.
Oh.
Do you remember when Atherton knocked all the shower heads off at Derby?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
and that game when Corky beat us, when Corky he tucked into Oscar.
Yeah, he did.
And Atherton knocked all shower heads off, and then we got a bill for all new showers.
I do remember it. Remember it. Those days. I mean, I love those days. Those days. Because we had a tight knit unit, and we, like you say, we laughed together, we cried together, we shouted at each other. But that day, I remember laughing into my towel. You know them little towels you used to get at Derby.
Yeah.
Like your mum's tea towel to dry up. I had my face into this towel when your buttons kept coming off.
Everybody was killing themselves laughing. I'll give you another. Nobody knows this. It doesn't matter. Nobody knows this. When I was Lanky coach, Jason Gallion, he had I thought he had a little bit of a problem with lifestyle.
Just a little.
So I said, Gal, well, come on, we'll go out. I want to have a chat. Let's have a chat. I said, I want to get away from the ground. I said, just have a chat with you. Because his dad, Ray, were a lively fella and all. Top player, Gallion, but damn good player.
Very good player.
So, in our wisdom, or in my wisdom, I took him to TGI Fridays, just up the road, which is lively to say the least. And the upshot of this was, I'll cut a long story short, I'm talking to him about lifestyle and settling the bill for 57 flaming sambucas.
You couldn't bring up lifestyle after that.
No, just carry on, girl. Carry on, girl. It's okay.
Brilliant. Great times on your cricketing career as a player. Let's not forget umpiring and your coaching as well. Look at me, I've got my screwdriver. That's what I've been doing.
Yeah. What you been doing, mending?
I've been putting some more screws into a couple of shelves in the cupboards. It's desperate times, isn't it?
Shelving. Yeah.
Desperate.
Get good roll plugs in. You need good roll plugs.
Got him. I've worked it out. I've actually done a bit of DIY myself, Paul. I'm quite impressed with bit my work. Yeah. We're getting off the subject now. We're talking about all this stuff and what we've done, and you've done everything in cricket, and then you've moved on to the media side with Sky, and you're now synonymous with that Lancashire voice, your knowledge on both the old game and the new game. That must be something about your life that's very special to you as well.
Yeah, it is. It's always good to have that, how it used to be. But don't fall into the trap of my day. You don't want any of that. It's all about right now. I'm on record in sort of 50 odd years that I've been involved. I don't think it's ever been better than it is now. I think it's a real vibrant game, men and women. I think that the players have taken great strides. The fitness levels, the management of the players is miles better. And so the product that you're getting, particularly at international level, is box office. You just look at the games that are played, whether it be T20 or World Cups, world-class players around the world. So special players knocking about, and some special bowlers as well. There's some big bowlers, and they're quick enough. There's always that debate, with it quicker back in the day. You don't know. Nobody will ever know. You're quick in your era. It's as simple as that. But you wouldn't class Jimmy Anderson as a fast bowler. But he gets folk out. He knows how to get people out, and he's got great knowledge. With Jimmy Anderson, I'd said he started off as Banksy. The fella that does all the graffiti.
The artworky stuff, yeah.
Really good, Banksy. He's finished up a Rembrandt.
Yeah.
He is one of the masters. He's one of the great masters. I'm never tired of watching him. And I like his grumpiness, Jim. It's game on. I don't care who I'm playing against. He's never lost Burnley. He's never, ever lost Burnley, chipping away at him. And,
it's great, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic. So the game is in great shape as far as the players are concerned. Obviously, this virus has knocked us sideways, but we will come through this. But for men and women's cricket, and just to get back to broadcasting, or to mention something, to anybody that would say, what do you mean it's more vibrant than it was? I'll tell you why. Because broadcasters are queuing up to get into cricket. They're spending billions of pounds on cricket around the world.
Yeah.
They ain't some benevolent society. They recognise the product. We can argue that there's far too much cricket, which I think there is. But these broadcasters are scrapping like mad to get a piece of cricket. Yeah. They really are.
And I really enjoy it, Bumble. I really enjoy listening to your colleagues, and the majority of them now, I suppose, are former players who have been there, are tested in that situation, know what players are thinking about from different areas, and the likes of Nasser Hussain, Mike Everton, Rob Key, Wardy, yourself, Beefy. A couple last year. It's always great for cricket lovers to get that insight into how cricketers are feeling.
Yeah, it is. It's almost like on television you tend to get, by and large, you'll get the ex-players. Yeah. On radio, it's vitally important. On radio, I think it's vitally important that you have a journalistic lead. Yeah. You've got a good talker, a good voice, but a journalist. I think that is very, very important, because I worked on Test Match Special for a good number of years. and it was always that the lead commentator, the descriptive guy, Brian Johnston, Don Morsey, Christopher Martin Jenkins, Henry Blofeld.
Yeah,
they were first they were journalists, and they were descriptive, and then you know, as it is now, like Michael Vaughan, Philip Tufnell, Graham Swan, they're the summariser.
Yeah.
So Simon Mann, Jonathan Agnew, journalists. Yeah. I know Agnew's played cricket, but he's cut his teeth as a journalist. They're the leads, and the other guys on radio are the summarisers. Yeah. But on TV, you tend to get the player commentators.
Yeah. And they're good, Bumble. These
yeah,
guys
yeah, all right. Yeah, it's a totally different discipline. I mean, you in without boring you rigid, in television broadcasting, there's the game. So I'm sat here looking out of a big window. There's the game.
Yeah.
I don't watch that. I can't watch that. I'm watching a monitor, which is going into everybody's house. So I've got to describe what's on the monitor. So I'm listening in my ear to the director, to which camera he's going to. And in this here's the producer telling the director which camera he wants to go to. So there's a totally different discipline when you're doing, when you're doing television. There's the game. You can glance at the game, but the business is this monitor, because that's going into the house. And so you describe what's on that monitor. But I know what's coming, and I can press a switch and just say to the director, "Give me third slip. Give me a shot of all the slips. Give me a shot of third man." And then the camera goes to third man, and I chip in with what I want to say.
That's a fascinating insight into that side of cricket that people hopefully listening won't know about. So yeah, it's great. It's great to know about, Bumble. And like you say, we talked for 45 minutes. We chatted for 45 minutes about your life. You're always going to be a part of Old Trafford, Emirates Old Trafford, and Lancashire cricket. And without saying that you're welcome at the ground anytime you're about for that tea with Chappie, or you make it for Chappie, like you said. But we probably finish on a positive note of keeping everyone safe and hopefully you'll see people.
Yeah, it is. It's that keep safe, do the right thing. As the Prime Minister says, wash your hands.
I can see you as Prime Minister. I think I'd like that.
Hey, don't get me going. Don't get me going now.
David Lloyd, brilliant to speak to you. Bumble, it's been brilliant as usual, mate, to catch up. Hope Diana as well. Hope you're keeping safe. Looking forward to sitting on that balcony having a brew at some stage, hopefully this year. Who knows?
Catch you soon, Warren.
Thank you, Bumble.
you going to speak to anyone about it? I said to no, I just said to Luke, I can. Well, I don't need to. I can just get him in the line. I can say this is before and Alex Davis is pleased to the dog back to return. I can just. I don't have to. Actually, it's getting brighter. It's not raining. It's not raining. It's just water. Now, at a verbal talk that this is a task that needs to do. No play. It's too miserable. It's too miserable. What I'm saying. It is too miserable. Umpires have decided there will be no play. Can't be asked, doesn't check. Everyone's feeling a bit peaky. Form Vindaloo. Never feel a bit peaky at them. No, well. Yeah. So, no, I'm not the Luton game. Well, it's a shocker. Well, it is, but I didn't really need it. Well, I know, but of course, other people. No, there's nothing on the game itself. We don't need to do that. If we can find them. If there's play, you want to speak to someone. No, you probably won't again. You'll probably fuck everyone off again. George Balderson takes a double hat-trick and reads up here. I've got my quote, I'm not bothered. George Balderson takes a hat-trick and I'll speak to him. Liam Livingston sounds like you're a mouthy bugger, so I'm not going to talk to you. Well, that's the thing. I didn't have a quiet one, so it's like that. So, no, sorry, I can't help you with that one. Not the first time I've let you down. When you're getting out to the third floor, which is up to doing business, first floor, but stop at the first floor, and it goes, first floor? You know, absolutely. It goes, what are you going to do? It goes, it's seductive. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's seductive. It's suggestive. First floor. It goes, then you get third floor. Yeah, exactly. Third floor now. Get down to business. Arsing around. Get you. own phrase. That's pretty good, isn't it? Still no play at Trent Bridge. You got that guy, didn't you? Middle. No, it hasn't. It's like when they did come out for that inspection before, they got them meeting out, didn't they? And it wasn't raining, so maybe it's more top light in there. Maybe 3.5 seconds. You're not even going to get a vote. That would be quite easy. Yorkshire came on, had one over and went off the back line. Thanking them they're doing water in the pressure room. Who started that? Curly fries, burger? No, we're thinking of going westward. Something sophisticated. Style. A couple of early pints. Oh, and it was 20 degrees out. Oh, this one? TV lobbies. I don't know. I think this is the best whiskey.
Well, hello everybody from Trent Bridge, where I'm afraid the news from the latest inspection, which was quickly abandoned, is that play has been abandoned for the day, I'm afraid. The weather has beaten us today. The umpires have been out and about a couple of times to see how conditions are. The latest inspection was due at 4:30, and actually as they came out to inspect, it started to rain. In fact, actually probably rain as heavy as it has done all day. So quickly the ground staff came across and covered the rest of the square. Are battening down the hatches just in case it gets a little heavier as well. So I'm afraid no play at all possible on the second day of this Bob Willis Trophy fixture between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire. Not a single ball bowled, but it looked that would be the case when we first got to the ground this morning, because the conditions were a bit bleak and it just hasn't improved. A combination of really poor light and then kind of constant, really light drizzle, but drizzle nonetheless throughout the course of the day, and it's just turned a little heavier in the last few minutes as well. So I'm afraid play abandoned for the day. So tomorrow morning we shall try again for you with Nottinghamshire still in their first innings on 268 for 2. It's what hopefully they will resume tomorrow morning. We're scheduled to be back with you from commentary back with you from 11 o'clock. So fingers crossed we have better forecast and better weather for tomorrow. But the news from Trent Bridge is that day 2 of the Bob Willis Trophy fixture between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire has been abandoned for the day.